Chapter 805. P.S. Many thanks to Scholar Ah Fu for the tip. Silence. A stretch of silence. The outer sect disciples who had come with a ferocious momentum saw a newcomer turn the tables and turn the situation around. First, he killed a Saber King. His domineering saber intent could not even tear through his defense. He was beaten to death 3 times in a row. He ignored everyone, including the outer sect disciples. The Saber King, an expert ranked in the top 100 with 60% domineering saber intent, was killed 3 times. He begged in front of everyone, handed over his contribution points, and left in a sorry state. At this moment, Lin Fei had become a demonic god, killing them like chickens and dogs. But to some people, this was unacceptable. Lin Fei had been chased by them all the way. It had only been a short time, but he had turned the tables. Yangwei Academy. How was this possible? For the first time, something impossible had become a reality. At this moment, Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes flashed fiercely as if he would kill anyone at any time. For the first time, they saw what it meant to be invincible. With a pair of iron fists and powerful divine strength, he had beaten an outer sect expert and a golden immortal genius. If they had not seen it, they would not have believed it was real. Outer sect disciple Lin Fei, titled King of Invincibility, had mysterious and unfathomable combat strength. The wind from his fist could kill a weakened disciple. After paying the contribution points, he followed in the footsteps of the Saber King and plundered all his contribution points. In order to preserve their talent and contribution points, they finally chose to hand over their contribution points. They knew that it was extortion, but they could not do anything. If they did not hand it over, they would continue to be beaten to death and suffer great losses. They could not accept it. Plundering is indeed something that everyone likes to do. Lin Fei's card suddenly had about 1.5 million contribution points. Although it was not much at the moment, it was something that others might not even earn in 10 years. Such a ferocious attack, killing the outer sect disciples like they were chickens and ducks. Those who had planned to attack could not help but feel fearful. As outer sect disciples, they were not fools. The Saber King was stronger than them, but he was killed 3 times by a newcomer like Lin Fei. Lin Fei, this has nothing to do with us. We will mind our own business. We're sorry about what happened today. Junior brother Lin, you're a magnanimous person. We'll leave immediately. Some of the outer sect disciples who were planning to fish in troubled waters saw this scene, and they were so frightened that their limbs went soft. Xiao Chun had beaten the Saber Sovereign to death. His methods were too cruel, and they were terrified. They were not as good as the Saber Sovereign. If they died once, their talent would be affected. If it happened a few more times, their lives would be ruined. If they had known that Lin Fei's combat strength was abnormal, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They would rather be spectators. As for those outer court disciples that were mixed in the crowd and attacked, their minds were uneasy, and they complained incessantly. They'd really been tricked to death this time. Ha ha ha! Why didn't you think about the result when you made your move? Lin Fei laughed maniacally. You want to leave just like that? Do you think I'm easy to bully? However, if you want to leave, you can. Hand over your contribution points, and you can leave. Lin Fei, don't push me too far. Contribution points were their lifeblood. How could they hand them over just like that? Whether they were willing or not would affect their future cultivation. If you don't hand them over, then die. I believe that the journey of death will make you like this feeling. A ferocious light flickered in Lin Fei's eyes. Let's go. Everyone, go in one direction. Let's see what he can do. These people were smart. They knew that Lin Fei's combat strength was abnormal. Originally, they wanted to get everyone to support him and denounce Lin Fei together. However, in the end, everyone just stood there, unconcerned and helpless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 odd people fled in all directions, hoping to escape from Lin Fei's hands and avoid the pain of being killed. Hee hee. You want to leave? Dream on. Great magic skill of the god demon, controlling China's limit. Lin Fei revealed disdain. He stretched out his hand, and a 5,000-kilometer-wide nation encased them. No matter how they flew, they were still in the god demon's grasp, controlling China's limit. This was a magic skill that came with the god demon body after advancing to the third cycle. Gods and demons were born in ancient times. They were giants who punched planets and kicked the cosmos. They could manifest magic skills and were millions of feet tall. They were the true number one giants in the cosmos. This magic skill was the god demon's magic skill. It was specially used to imprison people. Even if they were experts, they would still land in the nation. This magic skill is indeed impressive. Otherwise, they would have really escaped. On Lin Fei's open palm, the 10 odd immortals kept flying, thinking that they had escaped from the other party's grasp. However, in reality, it was just a spin on the palm. We're safe now. Lin Fei is too domineering. However, his cultivation realm is limited. How can he be a match for us? Just as they finished speaking, a monstrous pressure came, crushing them in one go, instantly killing them all. This feeling of control is too great. Lin Fei withdrew the magic skill, and the 10 odd outer sect disciples appeared in front of everyone. Their faces were pale, and they were in a daze. We had clearly escaped. How do we get killed? They had experienced death, a death that they had never experienced before. This was a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It must be Lin Fei. Apart from him, there was no one else who had such a magic skill. Even divine sense couldn't detect it. We'll give you contribution points. They admitted defeat. This was really a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have done it. Wouldn't it have been a waste of time? The hearts of those who had such thoughts sank. It would be difficult to deal with the aftermath today. Lin Fei, this newcomer, was too strong. His combat strength was insane. 8 out of 10 of them wouldn't be able to escape. A bunch of B** cheese. Lin Fei took the contribution points. He wasn't worried that they would run away. If you want to leave, hand over the contribution points. I'm a magnanimous person and can let bygones be bygones. Lin Fei chuckled. Of course, you can challenge your own strength. However, I'll say the ugly words first. Those who dare to attack me should be prepared to die 5 times. Hiss, 5 times a death. Even if one was an outstanding genius, after experiencing 5 deaths, how much of his talent would be left? He was destined to become a mediocre person, a local tyrant. Lin Fei's domineering attack had suppressed them in one fell swoop. Boom, boom, boom. A throne made of lightning flew up, with a figure of a deity standing on it. Lin Fei, you've killed my brother. Either hand over all your contribution points and treasures, or I'll punish you with a lightning tribulation. Make your choice. Lei Wuhan arrived domineeringly. The lightning tempest, an eye of lightning, stared directly at Lin Fei. Lei Wuhan had absolute confidence in his own strength. This style is cool, but it doesn't mean you're strong. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The warm-up exercise just now wasn't satisfying enough. Since you're here, prepare to be a punching bag. Lin Fei, this fiend, was planning to attack Lei Wuhan again. Lei Wuhan, ranked 38th. It said that after coming out of seclusion, his strength improved greatly. In addition, with the guidance of the inner disciple, God of Thunder, his lightning cultivation has improved significantly. Lin Fei's combat strength is abnormal. I don't think he has any chance of winning against Lei Wuhan, ranked 38th. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lightning chains flickered and drilled out of the void, forming an inescapable net that covered the sky and covered the earth, trapping Lin Fei layer by layer. This Lei Wuhan is a smart person. He knows how to trap me. Lin Fei instantly understood his opponent's intention. It was to prevent him from attacking at close range. Sword Intent, release. The invincible sword intent slashed out in all directions, slashing at the lightning. The lightning exploded, extinguishing the sword intent. This is 80% lightning intent. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. No wonder this person gave him the power of lightning. In terms of intent, this was the most powerful person Lin Fei had encountered. The lightning could extinguish the sword intent, but it was indeed lacking in this aspect. Senior Brother Lei is mighty. He actually raised his lightning intent to 80%. 80% lightning intent is innately destructive. It just so happens to suppress the sword intent. Lin Fei has finally met his match. Senior brother Lei specializes in long-range attacks. If he can trap Lin Fei first, he can teach this newcomer Lin Fei a lesson. The disciples who had acted inappropriately finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to turn things around. Lightning punishment. Lei Wuhan shouted. "You're no match for me. You're no match for me in long-range attacks." Rumble. A huge vortex formed, opening a portal. Thick bolts of heavenly lightning tore through the void and smashed into Lin Fei, each bolt locking onto Lin Fei. "Lin Fei, you don't deserve your title of King Invincible. I am the true King Invincible. No one could withstand the attack of heavenly lightning." Heavenly lightning had the power of destruction, and the heavenly lightning that Lei Wuhan had summoned was from the kingdom of lightning. It contained immense power and was the true destructive lightning intent. Lei Wuhan had been able to reach 38 before he had reached greater success. Now that he had reached greater success in the Thunder God incantation, his goal was to become number one among the outer sect disciples. Senior brother Lei's strength has improved greatly. He can enter the top 10 of the outer sect now. What a terrifying lightning intent. It's connected to the kingdom of lightning, and it's inexhaustible. It can trap a person within it until their immortal energy is exhausted and they die. Many people were secretly afraid. They wondered how they were going to deal with this kind of attack. Comfortable, so comfortable. Suddenly, an enchanting voice came from within the lightning. Everyone's hearts thumped in unison. "Even that was fine?" Bang, bang, bang. The lightning chain exploded with loud bangs. Lightning fragments scattered everywhere, and a figure walked out from it. Above his head, there was a huge volcano that was constantly erupting. When the lightning fell, it was swallowed. Thunder God Spear. A lightning spear appeared in Lei Wuhan's hand, and a lightning beast surged forward. Lightning God Battle Armor appeared over his body. Kill. A spear that went straight for the root of the problem. A Thunder God appeared, its vertical eye opened, and lightning shot out. This was a spear technique that combined divine soul and attack. Tenfold burst. The giant hand that was tens of thousands of feet long grabbed the air and grabbed the lightning spear. Got it. Break for me. Tenfold burst. 400 dragons of strength. Crack, crack, crack. The Thunder God Spear was obliterated in the void. You'll die once too. Chapter 806. Dead. Lin Fei's overbearing palm strike contained the power of 400 dragons. It could topple mountains and overturn seas. Lei Wuhan, who was merely a celestial immortal, could not withstand it at all. Sigh, why bother? Lin Fei shook his head. His, however, to the crowd, Lin Fei's attack was simply out to take their lives. Lei Wuhan had communicated with the Kingdom of Thunder and summoned lightning to attack from afar. Yet he was still no match for Lin Fei's might and was killed on the spot. Too savage. For a newcomer to be so savage, this was something that had never happened before. After Lei Wuhan resurrected, he howled incessantly, unable to believe that he had died. Bam! Lin Fei's palm strike came again, and he was killed for the second time. I'm a man of my word. I'll kill you 5 times, so I'll kill you 5 times. Bam! Bam! Lin Fei really did as he said. Every time Lei Wuhan resurrected, he would kill him. He killed him 5 times in one go, just to verify his words. 5 times. Everyone's hearts were trembling with fear. Even those stronger than Lei Wuhan did not dare to breathe too loudly. The other party was too domineering. Lei Wuhan's talent was not bad. He had communicated with the Kingdom of Thunder, but he was still killed 5 times. He had probably lost most of his talent and would be like this for the rest of his life. Hand over the contribution points, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, I'll kill you until you're badly injured. Lin Fei wanted to use this method to establish his might. He wanted to let them know how powerful he was so that they wouldn't keep coming to find trouble with him. I'm Thunder God's man. You're dead. After resurrecting, Lei Wuhan was extremely weak. It was as if he would be blown away by a gust of wind. Thunder God is nothing. I'll kill you all the same. Lei Wuhan wanted to scare Lin Fei, but what he got in return was another palm strike. He even said that he was not afraid of Thunder God. If you don't want to die, as long as you hand over the contribution points, I'll be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. Lin Fei's eyes flashed fiercely. If you don't hand it over after the count of 10, I'll kill you 5 times. Not giving? Let's see how long you can last. Lin Fei was determined to eat them up. Let's see if they would give it to us. Don't kill us. We'll give it to you. We will give it to you. Those who had attacked before all flew up and tactfully handed over their contribution points. 1,500,000, 1,700,000, 2 million, 3 million, 3 million for million contribution points. This feels so good. In the blink of an eye, his contribution points had exceeded 5 million. In other words, another group of people had become paupers. In the next few years, their lives would not be easy. Those who handed over their contribution points returned to how they were before. They didn't dare stay any longer, and all ran away. What about you guys? Lin Fei didn't even spare him a glance. He stabbed Lei Wuhan to death with a single finger. If he didn't hand over his contribution points, he would kill him every time he revived. As the number of revivals increased, the revival time would slow down. There were about a dozen people left, and each of them had a powerful aura. However, at this moment, they only dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. They had learned from the mistakes of the past. Senior brother, you're ranked 30th. Your fist technique is earth-shattering and just happens to be able to restrain a newcomer like Lin Fei. Someone egg him on. My fist technique walks the path of tyranny, but it's far from Lin Fei's godly strength. Why don't the 21st ranked senior brother go? This kind of newcomer needs veteran disciples to step in and teach him a lesson. How can we do that? If we veteran disciples step in, it'll be a disgrace to our image. In the eyes of outsiders, it'll be seen as bullying a newcomer. It's not fair. The 21st ranked senior brother said with a straight face. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Everyone secretly despised this senior brother. In any case, one sentence after another, you push me, I push you. No one dared to attack Lin Fei. Lei Wuhan was killed a total of 8 times. 8 times. He was completely crippled, and his cultivation realm would also plummet. From then on, he would become an ordinary disciple. They were unwilling to do it, even if they were beaten to death. But if they didn't want to do it, they also didn't want to hand over their contribution points. There was nothing more difficult than this. It seems like all of you are also prepared to die once. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and pointed a finger at one of the young disciples. I'll start with you and give you a choice. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. I'll pay, I'll pay. That young disciple's spirit completely collapsed under a single glance. Fight? He was courting death. He didn't want to die 7 or 8 times and become a cripple. 1 million contribution points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up even more. All right, you can go. That outer sect disciple felt as if he had been pardoned. Scum! Among the remaining outer sect disciples, all of them cursed. He was running away at the last minute. Hand over your contribution points, and you can leave immediately. You don't need to suffer any physical pain. Lin Fei's gaze shifted. All right, let's see who's next. If you have such good luck, you can have a taste of the journey of death. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. I'll pay. I'll also pay, as long as you don't kill me. Under the immense pressure, they couldn't hold on any longer. They chose one by one. They didn't think that they could resist. Since they couldn't resist, they might as well learn to obey and save themselves from physical pain. Bam! The unlucky Lei Wuhan was smacked to death again. This time, he didn't even have the chance to say a word. This scene provoked them. They were finally in chaos and learned to obey. I'll pay. Let me go, I'll pay. One by one, the veteran outer sect disciples handed over their contribution points with great heartache. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Large amounts of contribution points were transferred to his card continuously. His contribution points rose rapidly and successfully broke through 10 million points and continued to rise. 20 million contribution points. After letting the last person go, the contribution points on Lin Fei's card had reached 25 million points. After all, these veteran disciples had a high net worth. Just the contribution points alone were not a small number. It was many times more abundant than the people before the robbery and extortion. It was another great harvest. With more than 20 million contribution points, Lin Fei could totally continue to exchange for items and improve his god-fiend body. I'll go exchange for resources. Without another word, Lin Fei returned to the treasure hall again, leaving a blurry shadow in the air that was constantly reforming and preparing for resurrection. Senior Brother Lei is too pitiful. That's right, it's going to be the 10th time soon. He won't be able to recover without 2 hours. This newcomer, Lin Fei, is really invincible. He doesn't hold back at all and kills people as he pleases. We'd better not provoke him in the future. Humph, this newcomer, Lin Fei, is too much. There are many veteran disciples in our academy who aren't in the sect and are out training. What happened today is no less than a slap in the face. Once the veteran disciples outside return, Lin Fei definitely won't be able to bear the consequences. Well said. The veteran disciples are all-powerful. They may not care about the rankings, but they aren't weak at all. Every one of them is someone who has cultivated for 10,000 years. Chapter 807. Holy Sky Academy. On top a huge mountain, a white-robed man stood proudly on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. What a Lin Fei! You really didn't disappoint me. A canopy disappeared in front of the white-clothed man in the blink of an eye, and the sky returned to normal. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that the canopy was a technique that allowed one to see everything within 10,000 li. Lin Fei is definitely the reincarnation of a great emperor. He was born with divine strength and can easily take lives. Holy Sky Academy needs this kind of disciple. Feng Lai Tian, you definitely didn't expect this. Immortal Lord Su Yi withdrew his gaze, feeling very proud. He had never misjudged someone. In a month, when the heaven-defying dimension comes out, Lin Fei's strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, he will truly become an undefeatable golden immortal. This is his chance. On the other side, it was also a huge mountain. On top of the mountain was a huge palace, magnificent and magnificent. Inside the palace, there were songs and dances, and a few immortal lords were sitting together, drinking happily. This palace was where Feng Lai Tian was. Suddenly, a middle-aged man hurried in from outside. Elder Feng, something happened. Feng Lai Tian drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "Did they kill Lin Fei's undefeatable king? Or did Lin Fei lose to an outer disciple and choose to admit defeat?" Ha ha! As an elder in the upper echelon of Holy Sky Academy, Feng Lai Tian had a lot of say. There was no need to pay attention to a new king. Elder Feng is right. A new king attracts the wind. He. An elder beside him said with a smile. I don't know what kind of luck this new king Lin Fei had to obtain the title of a great emperor. Unfortunately, his strength isn't good enough, and he probably lost with a grudge. I wonder why Sui thinks so highly of Lin Fei. Maybe he's the illegitimate son of that old geezer Su Yi. Ha! You should know that Immortal Lord Su Yi is still undefeatable. The few elders all laughed. Their words were full of flattery. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he braced himself. This is bad news. Not good. Could it be that he can overturn the heavens? An elder said solemnly. It was indeed an upheaval. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in sweat. Lin Fei defeated some experts and extorted tens of millions of contribution points from them. Ah, there's such a thing. Feng Lai Tian stopped drinking. Feng Lai Tian was the one who had proposed to test Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light after defeating an expert. What? There isn't much first essence heavy water left? Treasure Hall. Lin Fei once again exchanged for supreme-grade materials. In the end, he did not have much first essence heavy water left. He could not meet the requirements. Junior Brother Lin, there really isn't much first yuan heavy water left. Furthermore, it isn't easy to obtain. You also know that every drop of first yuan heavy water weighs thousands of kilograms. Then what about the bones of gods and devils? Lin Fei did not think that he would definitely be able to exchange for it. After all, his needs were too great. It was no less than a terrifying number. It was already very difficult for the Divine Sky Institute to gather all of them. There aren't many bones of gods and devils left either. 150,000 kilograms at most. Then what about the golden immortal lord bones? Lin Fei asked again. I don't have that for now. From the second refinement God-fiend body to the third refinement, the amount of materials required was another terrifying number. In particular, many of the supreme-grade materials were extremely valuable in this world and not easy to obtain. The results were similar to before. Most of the materials that Lin Fei needed were either gone or insufficient. It was better than nothing. Lin Fei exchanged for everything he could. Even so, the main materials were still a huge number. In the blink of an eye, he only had 5 million contribution points left. Then do you know the whereabouts of the first yuan heavy water, the bones of gods and devils, and the golden immortal lore bones? These three materials were the main ones that everyone needed. There's a location of the first yuan heavy water here. It only costs 10,000 contribution points. Lin Fei immediately exchanged for it and obtained a set of information. It briefly described how the first essence heavy water had once appeared in an ancient ruins. Whether it was there or not was still unknown. There was no news on the golden immortal lord bones for the time being. He had to look for them elsewhere. The bones of gods and devils were used to strengthen the aura of gods and devils. There were too many of them. As for the golden immortal lord bones, not every immortal lord had them. The golden immortal lord bones usually appeared on peerless immortal lords. After they died, they would retain a portion of their will. The golden immortal lord bones were extremely tough. With a bit of refining, they could become sage weapons. One could imagine how important the golden immortal lord bones were. If Lin Fei did not need a lot of them, he could pay a high price. To advance to the fourth transformation, he needed 10 golden immortal lord bones. What a headache! Invincible peak. Lin Fei activated the formation to prevent anyone from disturbing him. As for the maidservants, Lin Fei rejected them. He was not interested in it for the time being. First yuan heavy water, 2. 5 million caddies. That's enough to kill me. Lin Fei put down the jade slip and immediately felt a headache. 5 million caddies of first yuan heavy water was similar to Sky Gene water, but it was even heavier. Every drop contained 5,000 caddies of force. On the surface, it was 5,000 caddies, but in reality, it was more than that. I'll have to search for fiend god skeletons in the fiend god ruins. It won't be easy for me to obtain the first 2 skeletons, but the high immortal realm golden skeletons will be the biggest problem. Lin Fei was very clear that he had relied on contribution points to advance from the second transformation to the third transformation. In addition, he did not need many supreme-grade materials, so he could barely make it. The materials needed to advance from the third transformation to the fourth transformation were an astronomical figure. Just the supreme-grade materials alone could make a person bankrupt, and they would not be able to gather them in their lifetime. If I sell the first yuan heavy water by caddies, it would cost 100 million contribution points. 5 million caddies. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It was not enough even if he sold himself. The golden immortal lord bones were priceless. Once one appeared, it would be priceless, and there would be endless competition. A golden immortal lord bone was formed by a peerless immortal lord. With a little refining, it would become a saint-grade immortal artifact. At the same time, it could also be strengthened. The supreme will left behind by this peerless immortal lord was incomparably terrifying. I've already come this far. No matter how difficult it is, I must gather all the materials. The third transformation of the God-fiend body increased his divine power to 40 dragons. In close combat, except for especially powerful golden immortals, most people would be killed. Who is it? Lin Fei frowned. His sword intent filled the air, and he pointed his sword at the void. It's me. A white-robed man walked out of the void and appeared in the hall. The sword intent was dispelled formlessly. Elder Void One. Lin Fei was shocked. Why was this immortal lord here? What? Are you worried that I will harm you? Void One smiled. He was referring to the sword intent that filled the sky. He was on guard. Whoosh! Whoosh! The invincible sword intent dissipated, and the hall returned to normal. Could it be that he came at this time for something? Lin Fei guessed in his heart. He had always been suspicious of this immortal lord, who had thought highly of him from the start. Senior brother, you must be joking. Lin Fei explained. Today, junior brother killed the outer court disciples outside and plundered their essence. I'm worried. Before he grew up, Lin Fei thought that Void One, this immortal lord, would only be beneficial to him. Junior brother Lin Fei, you don't have to worry about this. Void One smiled and said, other than yourself, no one else can enter the mountain where the Holy Heaven Academy disciples are. Of course, I'm not the same as them. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, senior brother, for the reminder. You establish your might today. For the time being, no one will dare to make a move against you. Void One waved his hand, and a throne appeared behind him. However, your danger has not been resolved. I knew it. This immortal lord would not come for nothing. Lin Fei's heart sank slightly. I heard that you're looking for top-quality materials? Lin Fei nodded. Yes. Could it be that senior brother knows where it is? Su Yi smiled. The reason I came here today is to tell you that some of the higher-ups are unhappy with your actions today. However, they don't dare to do anything in the Holy Heaven Academy. However, the 9 secluded secret realm will open in 2 months, and you will definitely be one of them. Lin Fei's heart moved. Could it be that there is something I need in the 9 secluded realm? As expected of someone that I think highly of. Void One was very satisfied. That's right, the 9 secluded realm is born from a chaotic space. You will be the only one from the outer court to participate. As for the others, they are all inner court disciples, and they're the top ones. You must be mentally prepared. The top strength of the inner court disciples. Immortal Lord. Lin Fei's expression changed. Who was trying to scam him? Even the weakest inner court disciple was a half-step immortal lord who had comprehended the power of laws. He was extremely powerful and feared. Void One seemed to have seen through Lin Fei's doubts. Do you know who opened the 9 secluded realm? You must not know, because the person who opened it is actually the immortal emperors of the 4 academies. It opens once every 100 years, and it is for the king-conferred geniuses. What? The immortal emperors of the 4 academies work together to open it. The 9 secluded realm. The 4 immortal emperors and many other immortal emperors work together to find a secret realm in the chaotic space. After 10,000 years, it became a secret realm of the academies. Even the king-conferred geniuses are allowed a chance to enter. Do you understand now? Lin Fei instantly understood and said, all the king-conferred geniuses can go to the 4 academies. Our academy has not had any king-conferred geniuses in the past 100 years. No matter what, I have to go. I can't refuse. Chapter 808. While Lin Fei was having a headache, Su, the immortal monarch, brought a piece of news. A secret realm was about to open, and a great opportunity was waiting for him. Moreover, he revealed the dangers within. Go or not, there was no choice. It was a fixed condition. I want to know what good things are in this 9 secluded secret realm. Lin Fei asked directly. Su, the immortal monarch, revealed a fascinated expression. This place, how to put it, everything depends on one's luck. In the past, the 4 emperors worked together to find such a secret realm from the chaotic space, and put in all kinds of treasures. As for what they are, no one knows. Moreover, the chaotic space has always produced some natural treasures, such as the first Yuan heavy water that you need. First Yuan heavy water. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not have any reaction. But regarding the first Yuan heavy water, Lin Fei was immediately moved. It was one of the main materials that he needed for an academy like the Holy Heaven Academy, Even the first origin heavy water was a rare commodity. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would be impossible for Lin Fei to obtain 5 million caddies of first origin heavy water in his lifetime. After learning of the news, Lin Fei was determined to go. Not going was equivalent to losing an opportunity. Is it easy to obtain a king-ranked genius in the 9 secluded secret realm? Lin Fei asked again. In fact, he had already made up his mind. I can tell you that king-ranked geniuses have a 30% higher chance than others. Why now? Why do the higher-ups want you to go? Lin Fei clenched his teeth. I will definitely go to the 9 secluded secret realm. At worst, I will just die. I did not misjudge you. Su, the immortal monarch, was very satisfied. What questions do you have now? Feel free to ask, lest you are ignorant. I want to know how powerful immortal monarch experts are. Lin Fei asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Su, the immortal monarch, praised. Not bad, not bad. Only by understanding the enemy's strength and weakness can you win in one strike and gain the initiative. Attack me with all your strength. Don't hold back. Lin Fei thought, this is a test of my strength. Good. All the inner disciples are immortal monarchs. The weakest is at least a half-step Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal or a half-step Immortal Monarch. Junior brother has made his move. A celestial monarch asking someone who wasn't even a celestial monarch to make a move was a pressure that normal people wouldn't be able to overcome. But what kind of person was Lin Fei? Who cared if you were celestial lord or not? He would kill you all. Tenfold burst. As soon as Lin Fei made his move, he unleashed the first form of the Armageddon Divine Fist. With 400 dragon strength, he created a huge tornado. Pu. Under the power of 400 dragons, the void instantly became tattered, causing people's hearts to palpitate. This punch should be able to make even the immortal monarch panic, right? Lin Fei guessed. 400 dragon strength was enough to destroy everything. Even a golden celestial would not be able to withstand the wind generated from the punch, let alone an immortal lord. Lin Fei was confident in his punch. In the face of the violent punch, immortal lord Su Yi pointed a finger. The seemingly ordinary finger pierced deep into the storm, shaking heaven and earth. The fist technique that could kill gold immortals vanished into thin air before immortal lord Su Yi. It was diverted away. Lin Fei's face stiffened. He could clearly feel that just as his punch was about to land on his opponent, a mysterious force diverted his domineering attack. My fist technique actually can't injure a mortal lord? Lin Fei was very depressed. This was not a small blow. Suddenly, Lin Fei asked, "This is the power of the laws." "That's right," immortal lord Su Yi said. "The laws are a mysterious power, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In our heavenly realm, if you don't become an immortal lord and don't comprehend the power of the laws, you will be stuck here forever." Lin Fei could indeed feel the magic of the power of the laws. It could easily divert his domineering fist technique away. "May I know what kind of power of the laws senior brother used just now?" Lin Fei asked humbly. Lin Fei really did not know much about immortal lords and Zenith Heaven Golden Celestials. It was indeed beneficial to know in advance. What I used just now was the power of the laws of space. Immortal Lord Su Yi said the power of the laws of space with obvious pride. The power of the laws of space? Lin Fei was puzzled. This is a very difficult power to comprehend. Your fist technique just now was incomparably domineering. To a golden celestial, it is unstoppable. But in front of me, you can use the power of the laws of space to divert it away. In that case, once my attack meets an immortal lord with the laws of space, it will be useless. Lin Fei finally understood why the power had been diverted away just now. The power of the laws of space was indeed a very mysterious existence. Before the power arrived, the opponent could divert it away. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Actually, you don't have to be so worried. Immortal Lord Su, he also did not want to hurt Lin Fei's feelings. The power of the laws of space is not achieved in one go. For example, I have not fully comprehended the power of the laws of space. So far, I have only comprehended 70% of the power of the laws of space. Lin Fei's mouth was agape. He was surprised. 70% was already something that he could not deal with. He had diverted his 400 dragons' power and had not fully comprehended it. If he had fully comprehended it, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? Immortal Lord Su Yi seemed to know Lin Fei's doubts. The power of the laws is actually similar to the concept. The power of the laws of space is actually about the same. The power of the laws of space is divided into 10 parts. If you comprehend 10 parts of the laws of space, you can step into the immortal king realm. Every immortal king must have the power of the laws of space perfected. Inexplicably, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Senior brother, then how much power do I have to reach to be able to fight against the laws of the immortal lord? Lin Fei asked. He already had a rough idea in his heart. Your divine power has reached the power of 400 dragons. Against an immortal lord with 10 parts of the power of the laws of space, you can barely do it, unless you can continuously use it. However, your fist technique will probably consume a large amount of immortal power. Immortal Lord Su Yi said. So, if you want to defeat an immortal lord with 10 parts of the power of the laws of space, you have to continuously use it 10 times. 10 times? Lin Fei secretly laughed in his heart. 10 times the power, to others, might really only be able to do it once. But to Lin Fei, with his enormous immortal power, 10 times was more than enough. Among them, this was not all. Lin Fei was about to enter the heaven-defying space and receive a month of bitter cultivation, which was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. After a month, his immortal power would reach a terrifying level. As long as you don't meet an extremely powerful immortal monarch who has comprehended the power of the laws, you can take them down. However, once you meet an immortal monarch who has comprehended the laws of space, you must be careful, as well as those who have comprehended the laws of time. Chapter 809. Nightfall. The sky above the Invincible Peak was filled with stars. Lin Fei was lying on a towering tree. He had no idea how long this tree had been growing for. It was so lush that it looked like a big bed when he was lying on the branches. Fortune comes from danger. I will definitely go to 9 Sec's secret realm. I will let those people see how wrong their decision was. Lin Fei vented his emotions and kept thinking about the words left behind by Su Yi Celestial. I'm just a Xian Celestial now. I'm still far from becoming a Daluo Golden Celestial. Lin Fei thought to himself. Immortal monarchs have mastered the power of laws, such as speed, gravity, and all the other laws. My advantage is that I have a huge amount of immortal force, which can be used to execute powerful fist techniques. Apart from that, my divine strength is shocking. The strength of 400 dragons is enough to threaten an immortal monarch with one law. There are still 2 months before the 9 secluded mystery realm, which means I have 1 month to improve my divine strength. Lin Fei was more and more convinced that 9 Sec's secret realm would be a great opportunity for him. The first style of my Armageddon Fist technique can increase my strength by 10 times. The second style, 10 consecutive explosions, can increase my strength by 400 dragons 10 times. The Armageddon Fist technique was a fist technique that focused on killing. It focused on attacking with great strength. It was a pity that the Armageddon Fist technique had 9 styles. So far, Lin Fei had only learned 2 of them. The Armageddon Fist technique had a certain limit to its strength. Even so, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. The third day, Lin Fei was in high spirits as he headed to the heaven-defying space. The next month was too important for Lin Fei. Run. He's Lin Fei. What? He's Lin Fei? He doesn't look ferocious at all. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, the disciples of the Elysium Academy who were flying past them ran away in fear. Am I that scary? Lin Fei rubbed his nose. That's good too. At least they won't find trouble with me. Little did they know that Lin Fei's current reputation was extremely resounding in the outer sect. Once he attacked, his methods would cause people's hair to stand on end. Who would dare to offend him? When they saw Lin Fei, they instinctively avoided him. They didn't want to encounter someone like Lei Wuhan, who'd been killed 8 or 9 times. Supposedly, he'd already been crippled and was unable to become a golden celestial of the golden, all-embracing heaven. Stop! Lin Fei followed the direction of the sky and arrived at a call. A formation had been set up in the call, preventing anyone from peeping inside. 2 immortal monarchs stood at the entrance, blocking Lin Fei's way. I'm the king-ranked disciple, Lin Fei. I want to go to the heaven-defying space. Lin Fei took out the token. Let the 2 of them have a look. It's you. The 2 celestial dukes had heard of Lin Fei's name, and after a thorough examination, they decided to proceed. This Lin Fei is really not simple. He's only at the mysterious celestial stage, but he's almost invincible in the golden celestial stage. One of the celestial dukes said, he's lucky that those old names aren't here, and neither are the top 10 experts. Otherwise, who knows who would get the heaven-defying space for a month. Lin Fei didn't know that the 2 celestial dukes were talking about him. The Holy Heaven Academy really has a deep foundation. The gatekeepers are all celestial dukes, probably low-level celestial dukes who have comprehended some nomological powers. Lin Fei thought as he walked. Very soon, Lin Fei arrived at the end of the call, and a great hall appeared, hidden in the celestial qi, faintly discernible. You must be junior brother Lin Fei. As soon as he arrived at the great hall, a middle-aged man walked out with a warm smile on his face, making people instantly let down their guard. I am indeed Lin Fei. Lin Fei replied. Elder Su Yi, I've already informed you in advance. Since you're here, you can go to the heaven-defying space. The middle-aged man said with a smile, pointing out Su Yi celestial dukes. Lin Fei knew that this person might be a friend of Su Yi celestial dukes. How should I address you, elder? I'm not an elder. You can call me Deacon Zhang. Deacon Zhang said with a smile. Come with me. Deacon Zhang said as he walked, focusing on some details about the heaven-defying space. Even a newcomer would have some understanding of the heaven-defying space after listening to his explanation. A plain space? Lin Fei was shocked. The heaven-defying space was refined by the great emperor using a plane space, linked with the chaotic space, injected celestial qi, and enhanced by the nomological powers of time. This was the second time that Lin Fei had heard about the chaotic space. It seemed to be a mysterious existence that gave birth to many spaces, making it difficult for people not to pay attention. In front of us is the teleportation formation to the heaven-defying space. A huge circular altar appeared in front of Lin Fei. The 18 pillars were like 18 giant dragons, and the teleportation formation was engraved with lifelike ferocious beasts that rode on the clouds. As for the heaven-defying space, Lin Fei was really looking forward to it. Whether he could take a step forward or not, the heaven-defying space was too important to him. By the way, is there anything I need to pay attention to in the heaven-defying space? Lin Fei asked Deacon Zhang. This matter needed to be clarified. Deacon Zhang said, the heaven-defying space has the nomological powers of time. 1 month is equivalent to 10 years. After entering, you will have a fixed position. As long as you don't leave that position, you'll be fine. But once you leave, you will encounter chaotic beasts, each of which is undoubtedly terrifying and will release nomological powers. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. Chaotic beasts? This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a name. Deacon Zhang's expression was solemn. Chaotic beasts are born in the primal chaos space. They are extremely powerful and cruel, similar to the ancient gods and devils. The heaven-defying space was set up by the arch, but chaotic beasts are born from chaotic energy and cannot be destroyed. As long as you don't leave, the chaotic beasts won't attack you. You can rest assured about this. Lin Fei nodded. Then I understand. Perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity for me. Deacon Zhang gave a simple explanation of what he needed to pay attention to. In the end, it was just to not leave the fixed area. The chaotic beasts couldn't do anything to the restrictions set up by the arch. Get ready. Ma Shan is about to teleport. With a flash, the teleportation formation spun, and Lin Fei was teleported out. That kid just now was Lin Fei? Yes, the first king-ranked genius in several hundred years, Deacon Zhang said. I just don't know how long this kid can stay in there. It's not easy to cultivate for 10 years, especially for the first time. He can't stand the loneliness. In the past, many disciples were killed and eaten by chaotic beasts. Let's wait and see. A white light flashed. Lin Fei appeared on top of a mountain peak. There was a huge platform, but its smooth surface had been forcefully chopped off by someone. It was about a few acres wide, and it was completely empty. Looking outside, Lin Fei saw a vast expanse of clouds covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it impossible to see clearly. Could it be that the white gas outside is chaotic energy, and it only needs to be converted to immortal energy? Lin Fei looked at the white fog outside thoughtfully. After arriving here, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. With the heaven and earth smelt, he was worthy of the title in terms of speed. The area of the mountain wasn't big, and Lin Fei quickly walked around. It was bare, and there was nothing left. Outside the mountain, there was a mysterious formation. Cultivating in such a boring place for 10 years was really unbearable for ordinary people. Let me see what's out there. Lin Fei activated his divine sense, but the moment he released it, it was blocked by the formation. No matter what, he couldn't go out. He was completely restricted. Divine sense is really restricted. After trying a few times, Lin Fei had no choice but to give up. He could vaguely sense that this was a dangerous place. It was a formless danger. Lin Fei had always been very sure of his own intuition. This heaven-defying space shouldn't be as simple as he thought. Lin Fei paid attention. Deacon Zhang's words made sense. The sense of danger should come from the existence in the white fog. Heaven and earth smelt. Open up and refine. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. The heaven and earth smelt flew out and started to absorb the chaotic qi. The white fog outside the formation passed through the formation and was absorbed by the heaven and earth smelt. It turned into birds and beasts, trying to escape. This shocked Lin Fei. The chaotic qi was indeed a mysterious power. Refine, 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 strands of celestial energy entered Lin Fei's body. In an instant, he felt that this celestial energy was different from the others. The refined celestial energy is actually so dense. Lin Fei was shocked once again. Just the celestial energy that he had refined just now was equivalent to 10 days to half a month outside. The power of the two was extraordinary. If he wanted to shatter a 500,000 kilogram boulder, the previous celestial energy would need to be the size of a finger. But after refining the chaotic qi, the celestial energy would only need to be the size of a fingernail. Haha, I'm rich. Lin Fei laughed. This heaven-defying space was the right place to come. Collect. Lin Fei used all his strength to absorb the chaotic qi and began a long period of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. In the beginning, Lin Fei's refining speed was not fast. But as the chaotic celestial energy replaced the previous celestial energy, the refining speed became much faster. The engine of a car was different, so its power was naturally different. One day after half a year, the chaotic qi formed a huge vortex around the mountain where Lin Fei was, and the chaotic qi kept pouring in. Roar! The rapidly spinning vortex was cut apart with a roar, and the connection was severed. Something is coming. Lin Fei woke up from the refining. For the past half a year, he had been refining nonstop. The core lake in his body had become a core sea, and it was endless. For the time being, it could still contain more. Bang, 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 bang. Huge wind blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the formation. Ripples appeared on the formation, and it was terrifyingly tyrannical. These are wind blades that have been infused with the power of the law. Lin Fei's heart sank. Could it be that he had encountered the chaotic beast, that Officer Zhang had mentioned? It was really terrifying. Just one wind blade was enough to injure him. Moreover, there were so many of them that he could not even block them in time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thousands of wind blades came, and the chaotic chi was all dispersed. Chapter 810. In the heaven-defying space, Lin Fei, who had been refining the primal chaos chi all this time, was interrupted by a ferocious beast. It was 1,000,000 zhang tall, and its wind blades revolved around it. A casual wind blade from it was enough to make one's scalp go numb, and they did not dare to face it. Chaotic beast. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he could not help but blurt out a word. Could this monster in front of him be the chaotic fierce beast that Officer Zhang had mentioned? Other than the chaotic beasts, there was no other beast with such a ferocious aura. I haven't seen a human for a long time. The huge beast's head was as big as a mountain, and its eyes were as big as 2 lakes. It was filled with a bloodthirsty aura that made one's heart palpitate. What a terrifying gaze! Lin Fei's heart sank. He finally understood why Attendant Zhang didn't allow him to go out. In fact, the chaos beasts were too terrifying. Just a tenth of their strength, or even a casual attack, was enough to severely injure someone. You can talk. In the end, Lin Fei's words made the chaotic beast roll its eyes. Ignorant human, we, the chaotic beasts, can talk the moment we are born. What's there to be surprised about? The chaotic beast's eyes lit up with excitement. Young man, I think you are quite powerful. Are you interested in playing a little game? Even though they were a distance apart, Lin Fei could still feel the greedy desire of the chaotic beast. It's going to eat me up. I'm sorry, I don't like to play games. Lin Fei rejected it directly. The chaotic beast outside was extremely powerful. It could severely injure him just by moving its finger. Playing games? Was there something wrong with his brain? I should cultivate the chaotic chi first. The chaotic beast was as tall as a mountain and gave off a lot of pressure. Even Lin Fei, who had the power of a godly demon, felt the pressure. The aura of the chaotic beast far exceeded that of a godly demon. It was an even more ancient existence. The only thing that made Lin Fei feel at ease was that the formation set up by the arch had easily blocked the chaotic beast's attack. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not be in the mood to cultivate. Let's fill up my celestial force first. Lin Fei closed his eyes and began to refine the chaotic energy again. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. I don't even know what it tastes like. The chaos beast licked its lips. I remember that the last time I ate human flesh was 100 years ago. Back then, my blood energy was far inferior to this human's. I can smell the aura of a fiend god on his body. It's an ancient existence. Chewing on him, I'm sure it'll taste great. Wah! Lin Fei closed his eyes and refined the chaotic aura. The chaos beast was not anxious at all. It was very calm. I'm going to look for treasures. I'm not afraid that the other party won't take the bait. It would be a pity if such a good toy was eaten up too quickly. The primal chaos beast entered the primal chaos chi, and the ancient aura disappeared instantly. Lin Fei felt the pressure on him lighten. This chaotic fierce beast is too powerful. In terms of strength, it is even more powerful than a celestial master. Lin Fei thought. It seems that he has left and won't come back. Lin Fei calmed himself down and started to refine the chaotic energy again. 1 year, 2 years. Time passed quietly. Lin Fei refined the chaotic energy for 5 years, which was equivalent to half a month in the outside world. In these 5 years, the chaos beast did not appear again. Lin Fei could focus on refining the chaotic energy. During these 5 years, he spent most of his time refining. Finally, I can't refine it anymore. On the platform on the mountain peak, a young man opened his eyes. The void in front of him was torn apart by boundless immortal energy. Lin Fei opened his eyes. He was very satisfied with the chaotic energy that he had refined for 5 years. In these 5 years, my immortal energy has been compressed from 10 to 3. It's even stronger now, Lin Fei thought. The immortal energy in the entire Pill Sea is extremely dense. Even a strand of immortal energy can severely injure a golden immortal. A monster like Lin Fei was one of a kind. It would take a long time for others to refine the chaotic energy, especially the conversion. It was a very boring task. Lin Fei was a monster that no one could compare to. With the heaven and earth furnace, he could save a lot of trouble. Only 5 years have passed. How am I going to spend the remaining 5 years? Another difficult problem was placed in front of Lin Fei. He couldn't just sit around and endure the next 5 years. If the Divine Sky Institute's disciples found out about this, they would probably vomit blood and curse him for being a wastrel. Someone is coming. Lin Fei jumped up and looked outside vigilantly. In these 5 years, Lin Fei kept devouring the chaotic energy. The vast white chaotic energy outside did not decrease at all. It was the same as when he came in. "Young man, we meet again." A huge body and spinning wind blades appeared outside the mountain peak. An indescribable pressure followed. "You haven't left?" No. For us, 5 years is nothing more than a nap." The chaotic beast laughed. "I can see that the celestial force in your body is surging like the ocean. You will definitely soar in the future and have a bright future. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to know why you appeared again. If you want me to play games with you, then forget it." Lin Fei had no way to deal with this chaotic beast. Mess with him? The difference in strength was too great. "Don't be anxious. Don't you want to hear about this space?" The chaotic beast is not angry. Lin Fei's heart moved. "Anyway, my celestial force is full and can't be compressed anymore. I might as well listen to what this fellow has to say to kill time." "Say it." "That's right." The chaotic beast stretched out its hand and grabbed a large amount of chaotic energy. With a squeeze, it turned into a huge throne. Its body shrunk to a height of 1,000 zhong and leaned on the throne. You humans call this a heaven-defying space. But to us chaotic beasts, this space is called chaotic space. It's a part of it. "What is chaotic space?" Lin Fei asked casually. "Chaotic space is a special space. It's full of danger. Even the immortal emperors you speak of don't dare to enter the core area. If they're not careful, they will die." The primal chaos beast continued. "In the words of your human race, opportunities and dangers coexist in the primal chaos space. In the primal chaos space, there are many primal chaos beasts. Each of them is extremely powerful, and there are even spiritual immortal herbs and rare treasures. Any one of them would be a supreme treasure in your heavenly world. This chaotic beast is up to no good. It seems like it wants to tempt me. Young man, I can see that you are very talented. Ordinary people can't get 5 years of cultivation." The chaotic beast stretched out its hand, and 1,000 zhong tall beast appeared. Its body flowed with the aura of a chaotic beast. Its strength was much weaker. It threw it on the platform. "This is a chaotic beast. It's very strong. If you can defeat it, I will give you a chaotic treasure. For example, a chaotic divine stone." The chaotic beast took out a black divine stone. It was the size of a fist. It threw it over. "A chaotic divine stone can change one's body and strengthen one's defense. Don't underestimate it. If you can refine it and integrate it into your body, you can resist the attacks of your so-called immortal masters." Low-level laws. Chapter 811. P.S. Thank you, Lan Zifeng, for the tip. Lin Fei was visibly moved and could not help but exclaim. A chaotic divine stone was only the size of a fist, and it could increase one's defense to the point that it could block a low-tier celestial lord. This was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Even though he had not experienced the power of the laws, he could imagine how powerful it was from the way it was released. Lin Fei was shocked to see the Chaos Beast take out such a stone, especially since he was about to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm to look for his own fortuitous encounter. Lin Fei was willing to try any method that could increase his defense. He was willing to take a gamble. If the chaotic divine stone was really so magical, it would be of great use to him. If he couldn't break through the defense, he could just leave. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. You are just ignorant. The Chaos Beast played with the chaotic divine stone. You are just a small human. Aren't you afraid that you are interested in the chaotic divine stone? Humph. How would I know that the chaotic divine stone in your hand is useful? Lin Fei asked. Not only can the chaotic divine stone increase one's defense, but it can also be integrated into celestial equipment. The primordial chaos, ferocious beast laughed. With a swing of his hand, a fist-sized primordial divine stone was cut into a fingernail-sized primordial divine stone. With a flick of his finger, the primordial divine stone appeared outside the array formation. Try it yourself. Don't say that I'm lying to you. Lin Fei was indeed very concerned. There were all kinds of strange things in the world. It was not like there were no treasures that could increase one's defense. So what if he gave it a try? It's not like it was a monster. The invincible sword intent flew out and turned into a giant hand that grabbed the chaotic divine stone. The chaotic divine stone landed on its palm, and the aura of chaotic divine stone floated over. Just based on this point alone, Lin Fei had no doubt that this item's grade was a treasure. It was definitely a treasure. You'd better choose one part of it to refine. For example, your left hand or right hand. After refining it, you will understand the magical effects of the chaotic divine stone. Lin Fei sat down and tried to refine the chaotic divine stone. What a tough chaotic divine stone. The immortal force wrapped around the chaotic divine stone. It was as hard as a boulder. He did not believe that he could not refine it. It's melting. Bits of chaotic divine stone entered Lin Fei's body and went to his left hand's little finger. There's a change. Lin Fei's divine sense had been paying attention all this time. Once something went wrong, he would immediately stop. After the chaos aura entered his body, his bones began to change color. With a slight circulation of the chaos aura, a faint layer of color appeared on his pinky finger. His flesh and blood had become stronger, even stronger than the God-Fiend body third refinement. Even though it was smaller than his fingernail, Divine Fei could feel it. I have chaotic divine stone. Guess chaotic is. Lin Shun I Fei Lin I Chen I is. There's no need to think about it. The divine chaos stone is a treasure of heaven and earth. Once you refine a part of it, you'll be able to use the power of chaos. For example, if you refine a part of your palm, it'll become an invincible emperor-grade celestial artifact. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. No wonder I felt the difference in my little finger just now. It turns out that I can transform it into an emperor-grade celestial artifact. Lin Fei was shocked. If I refine a palm and use the fiend god hand to drive it, a divine-grade immortal artifact was already extremely powerful, let alone a saint-grade immortal artifact. Only high immortals could possess a saint-grade immortal artifact. To refine a primal god stone into a divine-grade immortal artifact was simply unimaginable. Lin Fei felt like he'd been hit by a huge pie. Now you know how powerful I am. The Chaos Beast laughed. This kind of opportunity is rare. There might not even be one in 10,000. Lin Fei took a deep breath. He had to admit that he was captivated, unable to extricate himself. There were many experts in the 9 secluded secret realm, and there were many king-conferred geniuses among them. In the outer sanctum, he could still suppress them with his strength, but once he encountered the inner sanctum disciples, he would definitely suffer. After leaving the Holy Heaven Academy, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't attack him from behind. Fight, no matter what. He had to stake it all. Lin Fei was very clear that if he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find another one like this. Lin Fei could no longer divert his attention from improving his defense. What if I lose? Lin Fei raised his voice and calmed himself down. If you lose, you will become my toy. The right to decide your life and death is in my hands. The Chaos Beast laughed. If you win, you can get the Primal God Stone. Think about it. What if you play tricks? Lin Fei had to be on guard. I want the Chaos Beast to fight? How do I know if you have a range for a powerful Chaos Beast to fight? Lin Fei didn't really trust this Chaos Beast, and Attendant Zhang's reminder kept resounding in his ears. That's easy. You can capture the Chaos Beast and bring it inside. We can't break this Emperor's formation, the Chaos Beast said casually. As for the Chaos Beast, it's even easier. You are currently at the Xian Immortal Realm. Those who can come here are all experts. I will arrange for a golden immortal Chaos Beast. If you win once, I will let you have two. How about it? Are you satisfied? Lin Fei thought quickly. Chaos Beast. It seems like it doesn't have any immortal force in its body. It is purely relying on its physical strength. I don't believe that I can't defeat a Chaos Beast. After observing for a while, Lin Fei decided to take the risk. He was very confident in his god-fiend body. All right, I agree. The Chaos Beast squinted its huge eyes. You have guts. I haven't found such an interesting thing in a long time. However, before this, you have to make an oath. This is the oath of the Chaos Space. Once you make the oath, you will die if you break it and leave. Lin Fei had thought of this a long time ago. If he didn't put in the effort, there would be no return. Lin Fei raised his hand. I swear in the name of Lin Fei that if I lose, I will die. Rumble. In the Chaos Space, there was a loud sound of thunder. Immortal marks appeared and landed on Lin Fei's forehead. I made contact with the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei's heart trembled. Immortal marks appeared on his forehead. He could vaguely make contact with the heavenly Tao. If he lost and wanted to leave, the heavenly Tao would kill him. There's no way out now. I can only fight to the end. A strong battle intent exploded from Lin Fei's body. There was no way out now. He could only fight to the end. You're the only one I have ever seen who has blood in them, said the Chaos Beast. As long as you defeat my Chaos Beast, you can obtain a small piece of Chaos Divine Stone. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei couldn't use his immortal force to refine the Chaos Divine Stone. The Chaos Beast casually grabbed the Chaos Divine Stone. Wind blades flew by, and the Chaos Divine Stone turned into pieces of evenly distributed gravel. Each piece was the size of a finger. I will come again in 3 days. I'm really looking forward to it. The Chaos Beast entered the Chaos Chi and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This ferocious Chaos Beast isn't too bad after all. It's quite reasonable. Lin Fei thought to himself. 3 days later, he would have to fight the Chaos Beast. Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. I need to adjust my body to its peak. No matter how powerful the Chaos Beast is, I can only fight it. Determination flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He closed his eyes and began to rest. Lin Fei was ready to risk it all. 3 days. Lin Fei blocked all distracting thoughts. His heart was clear. There was only one thing left for him to do. For 3 days, Lin Fei sat on the platform. His whole body was like a sharp sword, piercing through the heavens. All his willpower was condensed together, and it was incomparably sharp. At this moment, Lin Fei was at the peak of his strength. There was nothing to fear. There was only an earth-shattering battle. Roar! It's coming. Lin Fei opened his eyes and stood up from the platform. His pupils shrank as he saw a horrifying scene. The chaos chi that filled the sky dissipated. Dark clouds covered thousands of miles, and the sky was clear. The chaos beast floated over. This time, it was even more eye-catching than the last time. There was an additional mount under its body. It was a divine dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. It crossed the sky and arrived. Is that a divine dragon? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This chaotic beast was too savage. It captured a divine dragon as a mount? No, it is not a divine dragon. It is an existence that is similar to a dragon. When a huge figure came with a powerful aura, Lin Fei's heart raced. It was another existence that was not inferior to the chaos beast. If it was in the heavenly realm, it would be a celestial lord or even a celestial king. How strong was the chaos beast? Lin Fei's heart was filled with questions. It was beyond his imagination. A dragon-like existence as a mount. There was nothing more eye-catching than this. Bam! The chaos beast jumped down and punched the dragon's body. Blood splattered, and the dragon's head exploded. It was killed on the spot. It was not an ordinary kind of violence. This, Lin Fei thought that he was violent enough. He did not expect this chaos beast to be even more terrifying. It killed a dragon with one punch. Yes, a powerful dragon. After the chaos beast killed the dragon, it pulled out its tendons and skinned it. It cut up pieces of dragon meat and started a fire. In front of Lin Fei, it barbecued the dragon meat. Evil dragon meat. Do you want to eat it? Lin Fei swallowed his saliva. This is an evil dragon? Yes, it dared to steal things while I was sleeping. This month, I have killed 3 of them. The chaos beast did not care. It's just that the taste of the meat is a little bad. Lin Fei could almost imagine that the chaos beast was a cruel existence. It punched the dragon and was invincible. I want to eat it. After 5 years, Lin Fei had long become indifferent. After seeing the chaos beast, he no longer dared to go out. He did not even know if he would be killed with one slap. Barbecue it yourself. A large piece of dragon meat, at least 5,000 caddies, flew over. Lin Fei grabbed the dragon meat. A powerful aura rushed over and turned into many evil dragons, pouncing towards Lin Fei. F***CK. Every drop of the evil dragon's meat contains willpower. It is no less than a golden immortal. Chapter 8:12. Roar, roar. The little evil dragon was emitting a bloodthirsty, greedy, and sinister aura. Their aura constantly attacked Lin Fei's Yuan Shun. Lin Fei immediately used his invincible sword intent, forming many tornadoes that trapped the evil dragon, trying to kill it. 70% invincible sword intent had extraordinary killing power. However, when used on the evil dragon, it couldn't kill it, only leaving white spots. It's too strong. Just a small evil dragon formed from a will is already so strong. If it's at its peak, Lin Fei was very afraid. Kill it. Lin Fei blocked everything and activated his sword intent storm, trying to kill the evil dragon. Just a will was already so terrifying. The flesh and blood contained great benefits. If he could refine it into a divine pill, it would be extraordinary. Hua, hua, hua. The sword intent trapped the evil dragon, trying to kill it. However, the evil dragon was born with the concept of wind. Its speed was too fast, and Lin Fei's sword intent was a step too slow. This won't do. If this continues, I won't be able to kill the evil dragon. Lin Fei's heart sank. If he couldn't kill the evil dragon, how could he continue fighting with the chaotic beasts? The chaotic beasts outside roasted the evil dragon. He casually glanced at it. This human is not bad. He managed to trap the evil dragon's will at the first moment. His Yuan Shun is also strong enough to block the evil dragon's will attack. Let's see how he deals with it. Lin Fei controlled the sword intent storm, slashing out with his sword intent. However, he was a step too slow, and he couldn't hurt the evil dragon. Speed. My sword intent is too slow. Lin Fei immediately grasped the key point. If I want to kill the evil dragon, I have to be faster. This evil dragon belongs to the dragon race. The dragon race is good at speed. I have to be faster and kill it with my sword intent. Lin Fei's brain was constantly developing, and his comprehension ability was getting stronger. After exchanging a few moves, he found out his weakness. Fuse the concept of wind into the sword intent. Lin Fei began to try to fuse them. Don't forget that Lin Fei had comprehended the concept of wind, which doubled his speed. Now, he was trying to fuse them. Once he succeeded, he would be able to kill the evil dragon. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Lin Fei slashed out with his sword again. It was an ordinary move. No, I failed. Again, Lin Fei was really wasting his time with the little dragon. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Lin Fei wanted to fuse with the concept of wind. Everything else wasn't important. You're fusing the concept of wind? He is indeed a genius. Interesting, interesting. In just an hour, Lin Fei had no idea how many times he had slashed out. He kept feeling that he was missing an opportunity to fuse. As long as he was given a chance, he would definitely fuse it. Lin Fei drew his sword even faster. He was only one step away from hurting the little evil dragon. The concept of wind is all about speed. When I use my sword, I instinctively use the sword to drive the speed. Wrong. It should be the wind sword art. The wind drives the sword intent, not the sword driving the wind. All of a sudden, Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he finally understood what he had done wrong. Wind come, sword come, Lin Fei shouted and slashed out with his sword. It was invisible and colorless, and only a breeze was left. Hiss, a crack was left on the little evil dragon's body. Ha ha ha! I finally fused a part of it and hurt the little evil dragon. Again, even though he had fused the concept of wind, it wasn't 100% fusion. He was still at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Swish, 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 hundreds and thousands of swords slashed out from Lin Fei's hands. A large amount of celestial force was constantly consumed along with the sword art. But for Lin Fei, this was nothing. 10% fusion, 20% fusion, 30% fusion, 80% fusion, 90% fusion. Lin Fei's sword was getting faster and faster, and it was almost invisible. One sword was followed by hundreds and thousands of swords. Die, another ordinary sword. One couldn't even feel the sword intent. The little evil dragon in the storm was torn apart by the sword light and turned into a drop of blood. Bang, 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 100% fusion. All the little evil dragons were torn apart by the sword light and turned back into drops of blood. They lost their will and were all killed. Hoo-hoo, Lin Fei stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with excitement. This is too powerful. A drop of blood can't hurt at all. If not for the concept of wind, I would be in trouble now. Fire come. Lin Fei condensed a spear and started to roast the dragon meat. Actually, Lin Fei really wanted to use the heaven and earth furnace to refine it into a god power pill. But now he could only take a step back and roast the dragon meat. Amazing talent. To be able to fuse the concept of wind in 2 hours, I am really looking forward to it. The Chaos Beast opened its mouth and bit off a piece of dragon meat. Very quickly, Lin Fei's roast meat was also good. The golden meat oil dripped down continuously, and it was very appetizing. With one bite, it melted in his mouth. He couldn't help but be shocked. Traces of power surged into his body, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It wasn't that Lin Fei hadn't eaten dragon meat before, but this was the first time he had eaten dragon meat like the evil dragon. Lin Fei ate all the dragon meat that weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. It turned into traces of divine power and entered his body. Increased by 1 dragon's power. My power has reached 41 dragons. Lin Fei was shocked. Just by roasting the dragon meat, he had gained 1 dragon's power. If he refined the entire dragon, Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine what would happen. His divine power could even reach 100 dragons. Human, you're full. Let's fight. At the same time as Lin Fei finished eating, the primal chaos ferocious beast devoured the enormous evil dragon, leaving behind only a sparkling golden skeleton. No problem. The chaos beast tossed out a chaos beast. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and caught it. Roar! The moment the chaos beast entered, it let out a loud roar. The restrictions around the area were broken and explosions could be heard in the void. Lin Fei was astonished. Just the sound alone was too strong. Bang! Before Lin Fei could react, the chaos beast leaped forward and sent him flying with a palm strike, crashing into the array formation. So fast. Swoosh! The chaos beast charged at him again. With a swing of its huge tail, cracks appeared on Lin Fei's 3rd transformation God-Fiend body. Blood flowed out. Damn, is this a golden, celestial chaos beast? What a scam. Caught off guard, Lin Fei was injured on the spot. Hee hee, I forgot to tell you. Chaos beasts are born with the intent of wind. Their bodies are as strong as immortal lords. The chaotic beasts outside chuckled. Last time, a human was killed with a single punch. Lin Fei had underestimated the chaos beast's power. It was much stronger than he thought. If it was an ordinary golden celestial, he would have been killed instantly. Chapter 8:13. The Chaos Beast attack was extremely powerful. It managed to injure Lin Fei, who had the God Fiend body. Not bad, not bad. I finally found a good toy. The Chaos Beast squinted its eyes and leaned on the throne that was formed by the chaotic aura. His body is so strong that it is almost comparable to a celestial lord. I haven't seen such an outstanding genius in a long time. Sword Intent Storm. Lin Fei used his finger as a sword and created a storm of sword intent, trapping the Chaos Beast layer by layer. 7 quick sword styles. This set of sword techniques was superior in terms of speed. Now that the sword intent had fused with the concept of wind, he could attack the Chaos Beast with hundreds of swords. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from all directions landed on the Chaos Beast. Every sword slashed at every part of its body. Roar. The Chaos Beast roared and rushed out like a mountain. Its pure divine strength shattered the storm of sword intent. The storm of sword intent could not even leave a white mark on its body. Bang. Although Lin Fei was prepared, he was still too late. He was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again, Lin Fei was really going to fight the Chaos Beast. If it was someone else, he would have been severely injured or killed. There was no other choice. Kill. The wind sword intent was fused with the sword techniques in an attempt to find the Chaos Beast's weakness and defeat it. On the platform, Lin Fei moved around and attacked with his sword. Every attack was extremely dangerous, and he spat out a lot of blood. No, this Chaos Beast has no weakness at all. Lin Fei shook his head. I tested it from top to bottom just now, but I cannot break its defense. Finding the weakness was Lin Fei's priority. Unfortunately, he still could not find the weakness after a series of tests. Don't waste your energy. The Chaos Beast has unparalleled divine strength. If you want to kill it, you have to fight it in close combat. The primordial Chaos Beast spoke up. Should I fight it in close combat? Be it speed or strength, he was no match for the Chaos Beast. Unless he used the first and second style of the Devastation Fist, he could only hope to defeat this Chaos Beast. Let's fight. Lin Fei shouted loudly. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he swung his fist and punched straight ahead. The wind from his fist whistled and exploded the void. Bang! With a total of 41 dragon strength, it smashed onto the Chaos Beast. Sparks flew everywhere as if it had smashed onto a piece of metal. The Chaos Beast was forced to take a step back. A black light flashed behind its back, and a huge tail swept over, sending him flying away. What a powerful divine power. It far surpasses my 41 dragon strength. Lin Fei spat out another mouthful of blood. Ever since his divine power had improved, Lin Fei had never met a decent opponent. This was the only one who suspected that his divine power was above 50 dragons. God Fiend body. Lin Fei shook his body and turned into a giant that was 100 feet tall. He rushed towards the Chaos Beast and used his hands to slap and kick. It was a true close-range attack. Every punch hit the beast's flesh. Fiend God Aura, what an ancient aura. There are very few people who can cultivate the Fiend God body to this level. The Chaos Beast's eyes lit up. This young man was really surprising. Bang, bang, bang. One man and one beast started to attack each other in close range on the platform. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At the beginning, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. He was constantly being pressured by the Chaos Beast. His God Fiend third transformation body had been broken countless times. If not for his powerful immortal force, he would have fallen to the ground with severe injuries. After fighting for a long time, Lin Fei had a better understanding of close-range combat. The Chaos Beast in front of him was a model for close-range combat. Lin Fei had been attacking instinctively, but for the Chaos Beast, he had learned many close-range combat techniques. This allowed his close-range attacks to become more and more perfect. After half a day, he was able to find traces of the Chaos Beast and avoid it easily. The injuries on his body had also lessened. He was not as miserable as he was at the beginning, bleeding profusely. 1.5 days later, Lin Fei was able to suppress the Chaos Beast and had the upper hand. But it was impossible to kill the Chaos Beast. The physical body of a celestial lord was too strong. His feet would split open the Chaos Beast's flesh, and then his feet would return to normal. It's time to end this. After avoiding the Chaos Beast's steel mace, Lin Fei shouted. He was not going to continue. He had used up too much of his immortal force. World-destroying fist, second style, 10 consecutive explosions. The second style was a domineering fist technique that exploded from the inside. The first style was 10 times the explosive power, and the second style was an explosive power from the inside. There were two styles. Lin Fei suddenly rushed forward and punched the wound that he left on the Chaos Beast. The strength of 41 dragons burst out. Bang! The first explosion blasted the Chaos Beast wound into a bloody hole. Blood kept flowing out. Bam, 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 bam. The second explosion caused the Chaos Beast to spit out blood. The third explosion caused the Chaos Beast's internal organs to be in a mess. The fourth explosion caused the Chaos Beast's internal organs to be smashed into pieces. The fifth explosion caused the Chaos Beast's lower abdomen to explode. The huge body was torn into pieces. The sixth explosion caused the Chaos Beast to die. The ferocious fist technique killed the Chaos Beast under the sixth explosion. It's finally dead. Lin Fei slumped onto the ground. A sense of tiredness rose from his heart. This was the first time that Lin Fei had fought with a Chaos Beast for such a long time before he finally killed it. Exciting. This is really exciting. The Chaos Beast clapped its hands, and the sound of explosions could be heard. I didn't expect you to kill a Chaos Beast. You're the first one to do so. What a genius. Especially the last fist technique. You can explode your strength 10 times in a row. Amazing. Lin Fei wanted to have a good rest now. You flatter me. I'll rest for 3 days. I'll come again. The Chaos Beast turned around and disappeared without a trace. The Chaos Beast is too strong. This is limited to one place. If it was outside, it would not be so easy to deal with. But at least I killed it. How could Lin Fei not be excited about a Chaos Beast that was comparable to a celestial lord? Chaos Divine Stone. Sure enough, a small piece of Chaos Divine Stone was left outside. The Chaos Beast was very trustworthy. Keep. Lin Fei grabbed it, and it landed on his hand. It emitted a chaotic aura as he kept the Chaos Divine Stone and the Chaos Beast's corpse on the ground. This was a great tonic. Lin Fei wanted to refine the Chaos Beast into a divine power pill. One Chaos Beast was already difficult enough to deal with. If there were two, it would be even more troublesome. Moreover, this Chaos Beast temperament was unstable. Who knew what it would use to test him? Refine. Lin Fei started to refine the Chaos Beast. Under the burning of the divine fire, the huge body finally became a white divine pill that was filled with a fragrant smell. Without a word, Lin Fei swallowed it. Increased the strength of 5 dragons. Lin Fei was already very satisfied with increasing the strength of 1 or 2 dragons. In the end, he increased the strength of 5 dragons. The divine power in his body reached the strength of 46 dragons. Good. I was just worrying about how to increase my divine power. If I can absorb more divine power in the next 5 years, I will have a higher chance of success. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with joy. Lin Fei opened the heaven and earth furnace and started to refine the divine power to replenish what he had expended. 3 days later, the Chaos Beast came again. This time, it wasn't a dragon mount. Instead, it looked like a huge bear. Just like the previous time, it was killed with a punch. Lin Fei naturally obtained a portion of the chaos flesh. After roasting it, he increased the strength of 1 dragon. Indeed, this time, the Chaos Beast threw 2 Chaos Beasts. Their auras were similar to the previous time. However, they were even more violent and terrifying. The second time he faced the Chaos Beast, Lin Fei was prepared. Even so, he couldn't block it the first time. The 2 Chaos Beasts worked well together and didn't give Lin Fei a chance to attack. They kept suppressing him. This fight lasted for 3 days. Lin Fei didn't know how much divine power he had used. However, his god-fiend body improved a little. The divine power of the two chaos beasts was endless. It was hard for Lin Fei to find a chance to attack. 5 days later, Lin Fei finally found an opportunity and used his sword Intent Tempest to trap one of the demonic beasts. He then used his 10 consecutive explosions to kill one of the demonic beasts, and then used his 10 times burst to heavily injure the other one. This time, Lin Fei obtained 2 chaos beasts and 1 chaos divine stone. The third and fourth time, he rested for 3 days before the chaos beasts came back. From the 5th time onwards, the chaos beasts provided by the chaos beasts were different. They contained the power of the nomological laws. They were powerful demonic beasts that combined their physical bodies and nomological laws. In the against the heavens space. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. In these 9 years, Lin Fei fought against the chaos beasts. He was in the midst of training. He didn't know how many times he faced death. However, he managed to survive. The duration of the battle was getting longer and longer. In the beginning, it was only a day. Later, it was half a month or even a month before he could kill the chaos beasts. Pung, pung, pung. On the platform, there was a young man. His upper body was bare, revealing his strong muscles. He looked like a demonic beast in human form. With a single punch, he sent the chaos beast flying. Every part of his body could be used as a weapon. It was an eye-opening experience. Roar! While the chaos beasts were unwilling to give up, another chaos beast fell. I won again, the young man shouted. His eyes were like the stars in the sky, vast and boundless. Bastard! How did you win again? A roar came from outside. Then, a piece of stone flew over and landed in the young man's hand. This young man was Lin Fei, who had stayed in the sky-defying space for 9 years. In these 10 years, he had changed a lot. Among the chaos beasts, his close combat skills improved the fastest. His concept of wind had reached the large success realm. Together with his close combat skills, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Ha, ha, ha. If you're not satisfied, let's continue. Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. He was already used to the chaos beast's expressions. There was nothing to be surprised about. The human race is too sinister. In these 4 years, you have improved a lot. Ordinary chaos beasts are no match for you. Instead, they became your training targets. The chaos beast said, "You even took away so many chaos divine stones. You are even more evil than the evil dragon." At first, Lin Fei thought that the chaos beast wanted to eat him. But as time passed, this thought disappeared. The chaos beast seemed to have a purpose. It seemed to be training him. Every time he fought with a chaos beast, it was always stronger than him. So, he had been training until now. Lin Fei was very grateful to the chaos beast. Although it looked ferocious, it was not as ferocious as he imagined. Hua, hua, hua. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared above Lin Fei. A tearing force pulled him. "Senior, I have to leave." "Go, go, you bastard," the chaos beast said. "Come and visit me when you have time." Lin Fei was stunned. Was this a request? "Senior, don't worry. I will be back soon." The tearing force pulled Lin Fei into the whirlpool. Chapter 814. Holy Heaven Institute, in a valley among the mountains. "Deacon Zhang, what should we do now?" A middle-aged man had a solemn expression on his face as he repeated these words over and over again. "Old Jiang, please don't walk anymore. My eyes are going blurry because of you." The one who spoke was Deacon Zhang, and he looked very helpless. The person who was called Old Jiang was also a deacon here. However, they were worried about one thing these days, and their expressions were not very good. Today, Junior Brother Lin is going to come out, but those people outside are like wolves and tigers, and they want to cause trouble. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Old Jiang let out a long sigh. The most sensational thing in the past month was the appearance of a conferred king in the outer court, and it was a domineering title like the Invincible King. Previously, a group of outer court disciples tried to suppress Lin Fei, but they failed miserably and made a fool of themselves. The outer court was in an uproar, and everyone knew about it. Now that the Nine Nether Mystery Realm was about to open, it brought about another change. Someone spread the news that the conferred King Lin Fei among the Outer Court disciples would obtain one of the qualifications to enter the Nine Nether Mystery Realm and obtain a great opportunity. When the news came out, everyone could not sit still anymore. The Nine Nether Mystery Realm had always been the right of the Inner Court disciples. If one could obtain a small opportunity in there, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. The Outer Court disciples could only watch helplessly. The conferred King Lin Fei, a young disciple with a low cultivation and an arrogant disciple, had obtained a precious qualification. Many senior Outer Court disciples expressed their dissatisfaction in return from the Outer Court. There were countless opportunities in the Nine Nether Mystery Realm. If one could obtain one of them, they would become a Daluo Golden Celestial and become an immortal king. Now that a conferred king disciple had obtained one of the qualifications, how could they not be angry and furious? Other than that, the king-conferred disciple, Lin Fei, was arrogant and did not take the Outer Sect disciples seriously at all. The way he treated the Outer Sect disciples was infuriating. The Outer Court disciples were furious. 1 month was almost up. Tens of thousands of outer disciples had gathered outside the kernel. Most of them were experienced disciples who had just returned from training outside. Other than teaching Lin Fei a lesson, they also wanted to fight for the qualification to enter the Nine secluded secret realm. The higher-ups have indeed gone too far. Warden Zhang said, "Now, we can only ask junior brother Lin Fei not to meet them for the time being." More than 10,000 outer disciples and 10 great outer disciples had arrived one after another. The two attendants were under a lot of pressure, but fortunately, they didn't dare to barge in. Right now, the only thing they needed to do was to prevent Lin Fei from going out. Even though Lin Fei had brutally beaten up the Outer Court disciples last time, many of them were newcomers. Things were different now. The veteran disciples had returned one after another, and their influence wasn't weak. In fact, some of them had even comprehended the power of laws and were invincible amongst the Outer Court disciples. They didn't think that junior brother Lin Fei could go against them. Looks like this is the only way. The two of them sighed softly. Junior brother Lin Fei is coming out. The teleportation portal flashed brilliantly. Someone was about to be teleported out from the heaven-defying space. They admired junior brother Lin Fei very much. For almost 10 years, he had been training day and night, which was quite rare. Ordinary people didn't have this kind of patience. He's coming out. A young man suddenly appeared on the teleportation portal. He had black hair, black eyes, and was wearing a black robe. This aura, a terrifying beast aura. Back then, when Qingren appeared on the transmission array, the two deacons couldn't help but be startled. They could feel a terrifying and dangerous aura from him, as if he wasn't facing a human, but a terrifying beast that could tear them apart with a single move. Disciple Lin Fei greets the two attendants. The young man on the teleportation portal was Lin Fei, who was teleported out. The two attendants looked at each other in shock, especially Warden Zhang. A month ago, he had personally sent him over. After a month, he had a whole new level of respect for Lin Fei. Genius, what a genius! Junior brother Lin Fei, congratulations on your great improvement. Warden Zhang was the first to speak. Previously, Warden Zhang didn't think much of Lin Fei's strength, but this time, he felt a sense of helplessness. Junior brother Lin Fei was stronger than him, and he was no match for him. Even he himself didn't know why he believed such a ridiculous thought. The two attendants didn't dare to put on airs when facing a king-ranked genius like Lin Fei. Furthermore, Lin Fei was like a ferocious beast that would devour anyone it saw. Lin Fei chuckled and didn't say anything. Attendants, I'll take my leave first. After spending almost 10 years in the heaven-defying space, the only thing that Lin Fei wanted to do now was to have a good rest and relax. Junior brother Lin Fei, wait a minute. Can you listen to what I have to say? Warden Zhang hurriedly stopped him. Even though junior brother Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, there were a bunch of ferocious people outside. If he went out now, a genius might be destroyed in front of him. Apart from that, Lin Fei was someone that Su, Immortal Lord, thought highly of. If he was allowed to go out, his cultivation talent would be ruined, and he would be hated by an Immortal Lord. He would never be able to make a name for himself in this lifetime. Stop, I have to stop him. Lin Fei stopped and said casually, Warden Zhang, is there anything else? What huge pressure. How could this be? Warden Zhang's heart shook. His casual question was like a supreme emperor, and it made people want to say it out loud. Junior brother Lin Fei, you've been in seclusion for 10 years, so there are some things that you don't know. Warden Zhang explained the situation. The people outside wait for junior brother Lin Fei to go out. Junior brother must not go out. Revenge had come. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. More people came to him. Another warden said, Junior brother Lin Fei, just stay here. They won't dare to do anything to you. Lin Fei shook his head, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Disciple, thanks the two of you for your good intentions. I, Lin Fei, am immortal. I've cultivated until now, and am fortunate enough to become a celestial. I've always followed a principle. Whoever dares to find trouble with me, I'll make them regret it for the rest of their lives. The two wardens' hearts shook. From the start, they knew that with Lin Fei's personality, he wouldn't be a coward. He would definitely fight with them. Wardens, don't worry. Disciple has cultivated for 10 years, and it's just the right time to test my strength. Lin Fei said, if I really can't handle it, it won't be too late to come back. Lin Fei was quick-witted. He rejected the two wardens' good intentions, but he didn't reject them right away. He didn't leave any room for discussion. They wanted to stop him, but since Lin Fei had already said so, what else could they say? He was giving them face. It's good to learn a lesson. It'll grind down his temper. For some reason, the two of them had the same thought. Chapter 8:15. Outside the call, huge thrones, no less than 1,000 of them, occupied an area surrounding the call so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The thrones in the sky were all experts. On the gigantic tree outside the call, the outer sect disciples stood on the towering tree and chose a good spot to wait for the hare to come to them. Looking out from the call, there were more than 10,000 outer disciples gathered. This was only a portion of them. The densely packed crowd was shocking. There were more than 1 million outer disciples in the Holy Heavens Academy alone. It was a huge number. To be able to become an outer disciple was something to be proud of. It's been a month. Will Lin Fei come out? Today is the end of the month. Lin Fei will definitely come out. We're already giving him face by waiting for a newcomer here. All sorts of voices resounded in the air. However, their gazes remained fixed on the 10 thrones in front of them. The 10 thrones were made by a great ability. They were like huge clouds that occupied a huge area. There was not a single outer disciple in the vicinity. The top 10 outer disciples. Among the 1 million outer disciples, the top 10 outer disciples were imaginable how terrifying their strength was. Even a sect leader would have to be courteous to any one of them. Today, the top 10 outer disciples came one after another for a newcomer. This kind of treatment had never happened in the past thousands of years. It was also their first time seeing it. For a new disciple to attract the top 10 experts of the ranking list, it could be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. The Holy Heaven Academy should be proud of such a feat. I heard that you guys are waiting for me. A loud rumble came from below the colonel. Everyone was startled. They turned their gazes and saw a young man walking up from the call, like an emperor ascending to the throne. Every step he took caused everyone's expression to change. I know him. He's Lin Fei. Haha, he's finally out. Lin Fei is so daring. He knows that everyone is here, but he still dares to come out. Gazes and spirit consciousnesses shrouded the entire sky and locked onto him. Lin Fei swept his gaze over the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples who were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He couldn't help but laugh. Junior apprentice brother came out of seclusion today, and I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic coming to personally welcome me. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor. Ha ha ha. Facing over 10,000 outer sect disciples under such pressure, Lin Fei actually laughed. He laughed without the slightest scruple. He clearly didn't take them seriously. Everyone's expression changed. This newcomer, Lin Fei, was indeed a madman. He still dared to boast shamelessly in the face of death. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the long howl, there was a terrifying sword intent that exploded in the air. Puff, puff, puff. This explosion caused many outer sect disciples to vomit 3 liters of blood. They were caught off guard. Even more people were like birds that had lost their wings. They fluttered in the air and fell to the ground. They had lost all their face. Enough! The deafening rumble was like thunder descending from the heavens, forcefully interrupting Lin Fei's howl. Lin Fei's roar caused at least a few thousand people to suffer greatly. More than half of the densely packed crowd in the sky disappeared. The remaining people all glared at Lin Fei angrily. Lin Fei, as a new outer disciple, you are so cruel. Today, let me teach you how to be a newcomer. A scolding voice came from the sky. A young man in fluttering white stretched out his hand and grabbed. The sky and earth changed color as if everything fell into his grasp. Get lost! Rumble! With a glare from Lin Fei. The young man let out a groan and his body exploded. Sword intent filled the sky. What? He killed a golden immortal with a glare. Before the crowd could understand, the disciple who attacked him exploded and was killed on the spot. Amazing. He used his sword intent and integrated the concept of wind into his sword intent. He killed without leaving a trace. It's not a shame that he lost. A powerful sword cultivator saw through Lin Fei's attack at a glance. His speed was too fast, out of their range of detection. Lin Fei easily defeated a golden immortal. A fierce light flashed, and he landed on the 10 thrones in front of him. I heard that you're the top 10 outer sect experts. I have long wanted to experience it. Challenge? Lin Fei, a king-ranked genius, displayed an extraordinary sword art right from the start, instantly killing a golden immortal with a single strike. Not only that, Lin Fei actually took the initiative to challenge the top 10 outer sect experts. They almost thought that they had heard wrong. Which on the top 10 outer sect experts wasn't famous? The true outer sect experts were peerless geniuses who had comprehended nomological laws. Lin Fei challenged them. He was simply overestimating himself. He didn't know how to write the word death. Junior brother Lin Fei, what qualifications do you have to challenge the top 10 experts? Take a strike from me first. In the void, a sword filled with destructive power came. This sword contained dozens of transformations. In an instant, it enveloped all of Lin Fei's vital parts. This sword was going to heavily injure him. So it's the veteran disciple Feng Yang. I heard that his sword art has reached great success. It contains the concept of destruction. His moves are complex and have thousands of transformations. He is an expert in the sword Dao. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Just a mere sword art, break for me. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed at the void casually. After integrating the concept of wind, Lin Fei's sword was already in a formless state. Therefore, he named his sword art Formless Sword. Pung, pung, pung. That powerful sword collapsed with a loud bang. Lin Fei pointed out with his finger again. With a single point, over 100 swords pierced out, exploding into a mist of blood in the air. Senior brother Feng Yang had been killed. Too fast. Senior brother Feng Yang is a veteran disciple. He can't dodge Lin Fei's ordinary sword art. You have the concept of wind. I also have the concept of wind. Xiao Xiao Xiao, another middle-aged man, came out of the crowd. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked ordinary. With a movement technique, he suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei. He slapped down with his palm, and the wind howled. "Ha ha, I am the fastest. You will lose for sure. Idiot!" Lin Fei didn't even look at him. He grabbed with his big hand. The middle-aged man, who was good at speed, was shocked. He was actually caught. With a slap, his body exploded. Boring, too boring. Although these disciples were strong, after 10 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Today was different from the past. They were destined to regret it. Junior brother Lin Fei, don't be so insolent. Let us fight you. In the sky, 5 identical young people appeared. They were quintuplets. Their minds were connected. Their aura and strength were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell them apart. The five brothers have made their move. Lin Fei is in trouble. They have cultivated a divine skill that can transfer their strength and gather it in one person. It is equivalent to them being a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven. Lin Fei's sword art is not bad, but he will definitely lose against a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven. No one was optimistic that Lin Fei could hold on. He would definitely lose. Today, there were tens of thousands of outer disciples here. Lin Fei would definitely learn a deep lesson. Black Wind Drill. The five brothers launched a formation. Their aura combined, and they created a storm that was tens of thousands of feet wide. It rolled toward Lin Fei. Bang! In the storm, one of them came out and threw a punch. Like the setting sun, it was beautiful. It hit Lin Fei's chest. The ancient aura filled the air. It was too fast and unexpected. The punch with the ancient aura fell on Lin Fei's body. It did not hurt him at all. Ancient fist art is just so. How is it possible? You actually withstood it. Ancient sunset fist. Storm of sword will. Lin Fei ignored them and summoned the storm of sword will. The sword was also tens of thousands of feet wide. It turned into a huge black dragon and began to strangle the storm. Crack, 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 the black dragon of sword will. It continued to strangle. The storm cracked inch by inch. After the strangle, it suddenly broke. 5 people fell out. The black dragon of sword will roared. Its huge body wrapped around them and burst them one by one. The 5 brothers, who were connected to each other, were also defeated by Lin Fei. I told you you're useless. It is better for you to fight. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed. It was the top 10 outer disciples. Lin Fei had defeated the senior disciples one after another. This had already made many people afraid. His combat strength was too abnormal. 70% sword will was so tyrannical. They were far behind him. Everyone, let's attack together. No matter how strong Lin Fei is, he can't stop us. Many of the senior disciples were envious. They shouted and gathered together. They chose to attack together to exhaust Lin Fei's immortal power. Yes, let's attack together. Let's attack together. I don't believe that Lin Fei can still not be defeated. A newcomer had stepped on their heads and effortlessly defeated a veteran disciple. How could this be? They had to be defeated. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of golden immortals attacked at the same time. Fist techniques, sword will, and saber will converged. The sky changed color as if dark clouds were pressing down and a storm was coming. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't regret it. Lin Fei's face darkened. He held the divine sword in his hand and slashed outwards. Whoosh, 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 in one breath. Lin Fei slashed out 1,000,000 swords. The sword will storm that filled the sky emerged one by one. Like a huge black hole, they constantly combined and formed a sword will storm that was 10 million feet wide. Whoosh, 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 this storm shattered the attacks that filled the sky one by one. The tyrannical, tearing force pulled them into it. The sword will that filled the sky shredded their bodies, revealing their bones. Bang, 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 one by one, the golden immortals wailed as they were sucked into the sword will storm. Their powerful bodies were extremely fragile at this moment. Their defenses were torn apart in a few seconds. Their flesh and blood were separated and turned into skeletons. Damn it, I was killed. Death is so scary. Under the sword will storm, they were resurrected. They were immediately killed again. Hundreds of golden immortal disciples died again and again. It was a tragic sight. Lin Fei's methods were too savage. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. His methods were vicious and made one's hair stand on end. An exceptional great demon had descended. Chapter 8:16. The veteran outer sect disciples had gathered, wanting to teach Lin Fei a lesson. But in the end, they were swept away, unable to withstand a single blow. Violent. Too violent. The sound of the battle could be heard on the ground. Ultimate move. A true ultimate move. Junior brother Lin Fei, you really surprised us. Above the call, Executive Zhang and Executive Jiang looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't just sit back and do nothing about a titled king genius like Lin Fei. If they crossed the line, they would step out to be the peacemaker. Custodian status was still useful. In the end, they couldn't help but blush. Junior brother Lin Fei didn't need their protection at all. We're all old, and each generation is surpassing the last. Especially that sword skill just now. He fused the concept of wind into it. When he attacks with his full strength, it is extremely terrifying. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei is planning on suppressing them so that they won't dare act recklessly. If they were in Lin Fei's shoes, they probably wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Their chances of becoming a perfected golden immortal in the future would be even slimmer. The evils they brought upon themselves were the hardest to bear. Lin Fei's attack was like a bolt of lightning, incomparably powerful. Over 10,000 Outer Sect disciples, including the veteran Outer Sect disciples, all paled. Especially the last move, Sword Intent Tempest, sweeping away all obstacles. If they were caught in it, they might not be able to block it. This new disciple Lin Fei was too arrogant, but they didn't dare to say anything. The difference in strength was there. They didn't want to experience the feeling of being killed and resurrected. In fact, they felt guilty, completely guilty, even if they were veteran disciples, not far from becoming perfected golden immortals. It wasn't worth it to ruin their future for something like this. In their hearts, they cursed Lin Fei countless times. A new disciple was so strong. How were they supposed to live? Their cultivation was like a dog's body. They couldn't even take a single step forward. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed worthy of being a titled king genius. I'm ranked 10th. Yilu Hong has finally seen it. Lin Fei's actions finally made the Outer Sect's top 10 experts visibly moved. Lin Fei's great storm of sword intent frightened more than 10,000 Outer Sect disciples into losing their will to fight, intimidating some of the veteran disciples. The 10 great Outer Sect experts finally couldn't sit still anymore. Yilu Hong, ranked 10th, had appeared. A huge throne rose in the air, and a young man with black hair fluttering in the wind sat on it. Immortal runes flickered in his eyes, and a majestic aura pressed down like a mountain. A single look from him caused the void to collapse, layer by layer. This is the Outer Sect's 10th expert. His strength is indeed extraordinary, not something those veteran disciples can compare to. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and stood tall with his head held high. Lin Fei, you're just a new disciple, yet you're so arrogant and don't know when to back down. Yilu Hong is one of the top 10 experts, and although he's ranked last, defeating Lin Fei is as easy as flipping his hand. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have to be careful. Yilu Hong is a genius who has comprehended the will of Great Earth, and at the same time, he has also comprehended a trace of law energy. If you're not careful, you'll suffer a great loss. Attendant Zhang's voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Will of Earth, a trace of power of law. Lin Fei thought to himself, that's good too. The top 10 experts will be a good opportunity for me to test my strength. You flatter me. This title is just an empty title. It's nothing but an outsider's work. Lin Fei's expression was calm, cutting the pressure of the mountain into pieces. He looked at the Outer Sect's 10th ranked Yilu Hong. Yilu Hong exuded an evil aura, his voice sinister. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, you're just a lowly new disciple who has no regard for the law, killing an Outer Sect senior apprentice brother like a stray dog. How should you be punished? Dong, 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 the void crumbled again. Every word turned into a tall mountain, crushing down one after another. The mountain stretched for tens of thousands of li, with no end in sight. Only a perfected golden immortal would have the Dharma idol, containing supreme power. Just this sentence alone was enough to suppress an ordinary golden immortal. In that instant, Lin Fei found himself in the middle of the mountain range. The 10,000 zhang tall mountain crashed down, wanting to crush him. The top 10 Outer Sect disciples' reputation was well-deserved. Senior brother Yilu is too strong. A single will of earth turned into a mountain, and that arrogant disciple, Lin Fei, was defeated. Every single one of the top 10 outer sect disciples was a peerless genius. A mere titled king genius is only SOSO. Yelu Hong laughed evilly. The qualification to enter the 9 Nether Arcana will be mine. The outer sect's 10th ranked expert's combat strength is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei was in the middle of it, his god-devil physique resisting the mountain. If it wasn't for the 4 years of tempering that had improved his god-devil physique, he would be at a disadvantage. Open for me. Lin Fei punched out, throwing over 100 punches in one breath. The wind howled as the punches collided with the mountain, causing it to crumble. Bang, bang, bang. Under Lin Fei's violent attacks, the 10,000 John tall mountains crumbled one by one, the intent they formed collapsing. If that's all you've got, senior brother Yelu is going to lose for sure. Lin Fei calmly walked out from the mountain range. As expected of the rumors, your divine strength is astonishing, Yelu Hong said disapprovingly. Let this senior brother tell you, divine strength is too weak in front of absolute strength. Law of gravity. Behind Yelu Hong, an enormous pillar of golden light shot up into the sky. It wasn't complete and was only an illusory image. It glittered with immortal symbols, and heavenly music filled the air. Flying dragons and beasts circled around in the air. Pillar of Law. The crowd exclaimed. Senior brother Yelu Hong is indeed a genius. He has already condensed the Pillar of Law. With enough time, he can enter the perfected golden immortal realm and become an immortal duke. Under the power of the law, all are ants. Junior brother Lin Fei is going to lose for sure. Yelu Hong's release of the Pillar of Law caused a commotion. Not good. Junior brother Lin Fei is in danger. Officer Zhang's face darkened. I didn't expect a genius like Yelu Hong to have already condensed the Pillar of Law. It won't be long before he becomes a perfected golden immortal. Officer Zhang's heart sank. Once junior brother Lin Fei can't bear it, we'll act immediately. No matter what, we can't let junior brother Lin Fei get hurt. The Pillar of Law, the only way to become a perfected golden immortal? It was Lin Fei's first time seeing the Pillar of Law, but his gaze was a little strange. In Yelu Hong's eyes, Lin Fei's expression was that of fear. The power of the law was above everything. What was a mere divine strength? Junior brother Lin Fei, as long as you admit defeat, give me the qualification to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm, and give me the supreme grade materials. I won't do anything to you. Yelu Hong had already put on a victorious attitude. He wasn't worried that Lin Fei wouldn't agree. Senior brother Yelu, have you not woken up from your daydream? Lin Fei laughed. Don't tell me you think you can defeat junior brother with a broken pillar. Yelu Hong's face darkened. Humph. I gave you face, but you don't want it. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll let a country bumpkin like you see the power of the law. Law of gravity. Yelu Hong shouted and pointed a finger at Lin Fei. A mysterious force spread out, turning the area within 100 li into a gravitational space. PFFF. Chapter 817. The Outer Sect's 10th ranked disciple, Yelu Hong, unleashed his law of gravity, causing the winds and clouds to change color. It's too heavy. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore if it's not 10% of the law's power. If it's 10%, it'll be terrible. The law's power is too terrifying. I thought my perfection realm strength was enough to take on the 10 outer sect disciples. Forget it. One outer sect disciple after another was killed. The power of law was another mysterious power between heaven and earth. Its power extraordinary, akin to the difference between mortals and immortals. Yelu Hong's law power, even if it hadn't reached 10%, sent chills down everyone's spines, forcing them to endure bitterly. This was merely the aftermath of the law of gravity. The core was 10 li around Lin Fei. Just the outer perimeter was already too much for them to handle, not to mention the core. Yelu Hong's law of gravity caused the outer sect disciples' hearts to sink to the bottom. Just the law of gravity alone was enough to suppress their battle prowess, less than 30%. Life or death was a matter of a single word. This Yelu Hong is indeed a formidable opponent. 100 li away, the 10 outer sect disciples paled, completely unaffected by Yelu Hong's law power. I hope this new disciple, Lin Fei, doesn't lose so quickly, or else it'll be boring. The 10 outer sect disciples were all enchanting beauties. They didn't feel any pressure from Yelu Hong comprehending the power of law. Among the 10 outer sect disciples, which one of them didn't comprehend the power of law? Otherwise, their seats would have been taken long ago. Law of gravity? The power isn't small at all. Standing in the center of the gravity field, it was like carrying 10,000 mountains on one's back, making it hard for one to stand straight. The gravity here is at least 100 times stronger than outside. Lin Fei thought to himself. Even my god-devil physique is affected. Cracks are starting to appear. The 10 outer sect disciples truly live up to their reputation. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'll give you one more chance. Once I use my law attack, you'll lose without a doubt. Yelu Hong was in high spirits. So what if Lin Fei was a king-conferred genius? He would still lose to him. Haha, it's just this 100 times gravity. Open your dog eyes and see. Lin Fei's fiend god aura soared into the sky, and he turned into a giant. The gravitational force on his body was forcefully sent flying. In the primordial era, gods and demons roamed the world. Mere gravity was unable to suppress them. Yelu Hong exclaimed, divine gravity hammer die. Relying on his fleshly body to block the gravitational pressure, Yelu Hong was finally going all out. Tens of thousands of heavy hammers suddenly appeared within the gravitational field. They glowed with a dark light and shot out a cold light. All of them locked onto Lin Fei. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of hammers whizzed over. Their speed wasn't affected at all. They executed unparalleled hammer arts, and it was as if many giants were smashing down. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was in shock. My gravity hammer technique is augmented by a supreme hammer technique. So what if you have monstrous divine power? I'll still smash you into a pulp. Bang! A huge hammer, 1,000 zhang in size, smashed onto Lin Fei's body and sent him flying. Rumble! A huge crater was smashed into the mountain range below. It was incomparably terrifying. The power of the laws is too terrifying. A hammer formed from the law of gravity, and it can even execute a supreme hammer technique. How terrifying! The outer disciples secretly sucked in a cold breath. If it were them, just the law of gravity alone could crush them to death. In the ruins below, Lin Fei charged up. Hammers filled the sky, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, formless and colorless. It was truly terrifying, able to hurt people without being seen. The law of gravity is strong, but it's not as strong as the chaos beasts. Yelu Hong's law of gravity is only SOSO, not even a part of it formed. I only need one move to defeat him. Lin Fei had an idea. Scram! The hammers attacked again. Lin Fei reached out and slapped. As if he had locked onto them, the hammers flew out one by one, shattering in the void. Senior brother Yelu Hong, you can admit defeat now. Lin Fei stood tall under the law of gravity. Ha ha ha, admit defeat? Yelu Hong laughed maniacally. The one who admits defeat should be you, junior brother. You should know that I already have the upper hand. Do you think I can still turn the tables? Crazy. He's definitely crazy. Junior brother Lin Fei's physique refining skills are amazing, but under the law of gravity, the one who loses will definitely be him. Everyone thought Lin Fei was crazy, daring to say such words in such a disadvantageous situation. Not even a part of the law of gravity. Break for this daddy. Lin Fei roared, a violent aura surging out, like a ferocious beast descending upon the world. His fist smashed into the law of gravity, but they didn't think he could break through the law of gravity so easily. Fierce is fierce, but it's useless against the law of gravity. Yelu Hong laughed even louder. Although Yelu Hong had only comprehended 50% of the law of gravity, It was enough for the outer disciples to be proud of. For a newcomer like Lin Fei to think he could break it, he was simply daydreaming. Not necessarily. Explode for me. Under the law of gravity, the sound of explosions rang out. One explosion, two explosions, three explosions. With each explosion, the law of gravity behind Yelu Hong shook. Bang, 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 bang. Every explosion would cause a huge tremor. After 10 consecutive explosions, the law of gravity on Lin Fei's body was reduced to ashes. Yelu Hong, an outer sect expert, coughed up a mouthful of hot blood, his face filled with shock. You actually broke my gravity law. The top 10 outer sect experts all revealed strange expressions. Lin Fei, this newcomer, had broken through the power of the laws. A miracle in the outer sect. You've only comprehended a few % of the power of the laws of nature, and you're already so smug. Now it's your turn. With a thought from Lin Fei, the devil god hand slashed out, breaking through the layers of defenses to appear right in front of Yelu Hong, grabbing him by the throat. Even the laws he had set up couldn't block this hand. You lost. No, I didn't lose. Yelu Hong shouted, his expression extremely ugly. In the blink of an eye, he had lost. Bang! Lin Fei exerted his strength and broke the neck of the outer sect's 10th-ranked disciple, Yelu Hong. His voice stopped abruptly. Once again, it was silent. Yelu Hong, who had comprehended the power of the laws of nature, still lost to Lin Fei, dying with his neck broken. There was nothing more cruel than this. The two deacons who wanted to play peacemaker once again looked at each other in dismay. Lin Fei's strength was beyond their imagination. Even the outer sect's 10th-ranked disciple, Yelu Hong, was defeated. You actually kill me, I'll kill you. The resurrected Yelu Hong flew into a rage. He actually died at the hands of a newcomer. With a roar, a sword intent shot out, mincing him to pieces. After resurrecting, Yelu Hong was temporarily in a weakened state. Lin Fei flicked his fingernails. Is the power of the laws that amazing? I'll kill you until you're injured. Let's see how you can comprehend the power of the laws of nature then. Hiss. Too vicious. Lin Fei, your methods are too vicious. This time, the top 10 disciples couldn't hold on anymore. Lin Fei had defeated Yelu Hong in one move, which meant he had the qualifications to stand against them. Lin Fei raised his brows. Who the hell are you? Tell me your name. Outer Sect's 7th-ranked disciple, Divine Spear Wang Yifei. A burly man jumped down from the throne, his thick brows and big eyes fixed on Lin Fei. Now you're qualified, right? Vicious methods. I think it's normal. Lin Fei laughed, because this daddy's fist is harder than yours. At this time, Yelu Hong came back to life again. Lin Fei pointed a finger at him, and before he could speak, Yelu Hong died again. See that? He's weaker than me now. I can kill him if I want to. Lin Fei laughed, killing the top 10 disciple right in front of them. Wang Yifei's hair stood on end. A new disciple dared to be so arrogant, killing the top 10 disciples on the spot. He really didn't put them in his eyes. Arrogant and ignorant new disciple. Let me, Divine Spear Wang Yifei, use my strength to teach you what it means to be a tall tree attracts the wind. A long spear appeared in Divine Spear Wang Yifei's hand, deep black and gleaming with a cold light. A black vortex formed at the tip of the spear, as if it could suck in one's consciousness, pointing straight at Lin Fei. Kill. Wang Yifei made the first move. As soon as his spear appeared, a divine dragon appeared, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist. In everyone's eyes, there was only one divine dragon left. As the 7th-ranked disciple, Wang Yifei was known as the Invincible Divine Spear God. He personally took care of a new disciple, killing him in one move. They could see that this new disciple, Lin Fei, didn't have a high cultivation base, but his immortal energy and God force were abundant. The best way was to strike first and gain the upper hand, not giving him any chance to retaliate. They had all witnessed Yelu Hong's crushing defeat. This new disciple, Lin Fei, was truly heaven-defying. When he attacked, he showed no mercy. They were worried that he would run into Yelu Hong's situation again and be turned around in the end. Wang Yifei, the invincible divine spear god, immediately attacked with a killer move. This move, direct assault on the yellow dragon, contained boundless divine might. The divine dragon roared, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Before the killer move arrived, cracks appeared on the god-devil body, torn open by the spear will. Even so, it was clear that Wang Yifei's invincible divine spear god was quite powerful. Tenfold explosion. Lin Fei used one of his trump cards. Over the past 4 years, Lin Fei had mastered this move at will. The demon god's hand expanded and rushed towards Wang Yifei, grabbing the divine dragon. At this moment, with 10 times the power, the divine power was terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. Wang Yifei's divine spear was forced back to its original form. Crippled, everyone cried out in shock. Lin Fei's first move was to crush the divine spear. 10 times the power was nothing to scoff at. He appeared above Wang Yifei, and without a word, he slammed his palm down on Wang Yifei. I have an immortal physique. It's useless against me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yifei's face fell. His incomparably powerful fleshly body was torn apart inch by inch, and under the howling wind, his body was torn to pieces, revealing a set of white bones that exploded. Tenfold explosion, the power of 2,000 dragons. In the past 4 years, Lin Fei had used the stone-steel explosion to unleash a power of 2,000 dragons. Compared to his original power of 400 dragons, he was many times stronger. Chapter 8:18. Is there a need for this? Lin Fei shook his head. His words caused everyone to pale. If Lin Fei had defeated the 10th-ranked Yelu Hong, they wouldn't be convinced, as they couldn't see through Lin Fei's true strength. But now, Lin Fei's godly strength descended from the heavens, blowing up the 7th-ranked Wang Yifei. His brutal aura was like a nightmare, imprinting itself in everyone's hearts. Godly strength was shocking. A powerful immortal body was like scrap metal, destroyed just like that. True vicious people were like wild beasts that walked out of the ancient mountains. They didn't think they could block that punch just now. Fuck, I still have to go hunt immortal beasts today. How could I forget such an important thing? One of the senior disciples slapped his forehead, then turned to leave. Wait for this old one. Let's hunt immortal beasts together. Another person shouted. His movements weren't slow, chasing after them. I still have to concoct pills today. I'm leaving first. I'm going back into seclusion. One by one, the senior disciples picked a reason to leave, not caring about losing face. Who would expose them? Instantly, many of the outer sect disciples left, not daring to stay any longer. This newcomer, Lin Fei, was a freak with unparalleled godly strength. Even the 7th-ranked Wang Yifei wasn't his match, so why did they stay? They didn't want to be hated by Lin Fei. Those who were watching the show fled to a safe place. I'm actually dead. After Wang Yifei came back to life, his face was blank. Before Lin Fei could make a move, he begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. The domineering wind was so close that Wang Yifei broke out in a cold sweat. He cursed in his heart. Scam. This is too much of a scam. I haven't even used my nomological force. This is a big loss. Do you know what to do? Wang Yifei squeezed out an ugly smile. Junior apprentice brother Lin, I know. The 7th-ranked Wang Yifei of the outer sect's top 10 experts was like a dog, causing the remaining experts to gape in shock. This was too shameful. Too shameful. All right, you can go now. Lin Fei glanced at Wang Yifei's senior brother's card. There were 6 million contribution points on it. This was the largest sum of contribution points Lin Fei had ever received. Wang Yifei, you are such a disgrace. Suddenly, a red-haired fellow, sitting on a throne opposite them, said, with a mocking expression. Wang Yifei's forced smile disappeared. Senior brother Huokuen, if you have the ability, why don't you give it a try? I'm not going to keep you company. After leaving behind these words, Wang Yifei disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Continue attacking? Let the other party kill him. Wang Yifei didn't want to waste his talent. and become an ordinary cultivator. Junior brother Lin Fei couldn't beat him, so why bother holding on? Resentment? After dying once, Wang Yifei completely lost all thoughts of revenge. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Please forgive me. As soon as the words left Wang Yifei's mouth, the resurrected Yelu Hong clutched his head and begged for mercy. He couldn't wait to hand over the card and leave this embarrassing place. All right, you can leave too. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei. Yelu Hong's words were already incoherent. I'm more than happy to welcome you back for revenge. Yelu Hong lost his balance, nearly falling to the ground. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared. With 2 of the top 10 experts gone, no one dared to make sound. In front of junior brother Lin Fei, admitting defeat was the best way out. Lin Fei's gaze swept over the remaining experts. If any of you want to teach junior brother, feel free to do so. If not, junior brother will be leaving. What an arrogant tone. The red-haired young man harumphed coldly. His eyes were filled with dread. Just as the words left his mouth, a large hand appeared in front of him, exuding a supreme fiend god aura, grabbing the red-haired young man's neck. I look down on people like you the most. Bang! With the strength of 200 dragons, the red-haired young man died just like that, enjoying a taste of death. Absolute silence. The 6th-ranked Huakuan was crushed to death with a single sentence. How is it? Not bad, right? Lin Fei asked with a smile. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Huakuan shouted, his speed even faster than the previous 2. His heart was filled with depression. Lin Fei received another sum of contribution points, and the contribution points on his card broke through 10 million. Junior brother Lin Fei, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished today's homework, so I'll be leaving first. The 9th-ranked outer sect disciple laughed dryly, then turned and left. Junior brother Lin Fei, your divine skills are unparalleled. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Junior brother Lin Fei, if you have time, you can come to my peach blossom grove. In the blink of an eye, 7 of the top 10 experts had left. 4 of them were scared witless and didn't dare to make a move, choosing to play it safe. The remaining few had suffered great injuries, and after experiencing the cycle of death, they were no longer a threat to them. So it was better for them to leave and not offend junior brother Lin Fei. They weren't idiots. How could they not tell that with Lin Fei's strength, he would definitely become an inner sect disciple? Going against him? Wouldn't that be boring? However, 2 hours ago, they didn't have such thoughts. They had treated Lin Fei as a stepping stone to help them obtain a higher position. Now, only 3 were left. Senior brothers, could it be that you want to give your junior brother some guidance? Lin Fei looked at the remaining 3. Junior brother Lin Fei, your strength is really impressive. A young man, flickering with starlight, removed his throne from one of the thrones, and a huge law pillar appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the law was clear, and the bright moon and starry sky were all on the law pillar. However, senior brother still wants to exchange pointers. The 1st-ranked first senior brother, Xingqinzi, is finally going to make a move. He even comprehended a portion of the starry sky law. Deacon Zhang's expression was solemn. He cried out involuntarily when he saw the pillar of law. He really comprehended the starry sky law. Attendant Jiang said nervously, it's a very difficult law to comprehend. Once he uses it, he can banish his enemy in the starry sky world. It's one of the 3,000 laws. The 1st-ranked first senior brother, Xingqinzi, made a move, causing a wave of exclamations. Especially the starry sky law pillar, which could allow one to become a great overarching golden immortal and become an immortal lord. Before, they had thought that Lin Fei would lose. But now, they were starting to doubt their judgment. Their eldest senior brother, Xingqinzi, had comprehended a portion of the starry sky law, causing his battle prowess to soar. They wondered if he could suppress the newcomer, Lin Fei, and defend his position as the eldest senior brother. Everyone was waiting to see how Lin Fei would handle the situation. Eldest senior brother, you alone aren't enough. Lin Fei's words were unacceptable. He didn't take their eldest senior brother seriously at all. You and you. If the three of you fight together, we'll pack up and leave. It's boring to fight one by one. As the eldest senior brother, Xing Chunzi's face darkened. Are you really that confident, junior brother? His voice was filled with anger. Chapter 819. What was domineering? At this moment, it was vividly displayed. Lin Fei, this newcomer, had become a dark horse in the preliminaries and obtained the qualifications to become an inner disciple. He hadn't had a peaceful time until now, trampling on the status of an outer disciple to climb up. And now, he was even more outrageous, saying that eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi wasn't a match for him. Among the outer disciples, who didn't know of eldest senior brother's divine might, he was the #1 genius among the outer disciples, a peerless genius who was invincible. He had always been the #1. Xing Qinzi was a disciple of a large clan, a genius of the northern region. When he was young, he had obtained a heaven-defying art and cultivated the starry sky divine art. Since then, his strength had improved greatly, and he had defeated many experts, entering the Divine Heaven Academy as the #1. In 10 years, Xing Qinzi had fought his way up from a newcomer to his current position. Every time he fought, he would defeat experts in less than 10 moves. Eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi was famous among the outer disciples, and many inner disciples took care of him. From the moment he became the #1 in the outer disciples, Xing Qinzi could have become an inner disciple. However, he had never become an inner disciple. He had even said that he wouldn't become an inner disciple without comprehending the power of laws. The huge gap between a golden immortal and a perfected golden immortal was because of the power of laws. Comprehending the power of laws from a golden immortal to a perfected golden immortal was a bottleneck for many geniuses, unable to take that step and become an immortal lord. When Xing Qinzi said that he would become an inner disciple in 3 years, everyone thought it was a joke. This year, in the 3rd year, eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi had comprehended 10% of the power of laws, shocking everyone. Genius, truly a genius. Most geniuses needed at least 100 years to comprehend law energy. Comprehending law energy in 100 years was already a sign of boundless potential. For example, the 10th-ranked Yelu Hong had spent 300 years to comprehend a fraction of law energy, not even a fraction. Xing Qinzi had comprehended it in 3 years. With outstanding talent, it wouldn't take long for him to become an inner disciple. But now, a newcomer thought that eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi wasn't good enough. Incomparably arrogant. Eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi was ranked 1st in the outer disciple tournament, and his combat prowess was outstanding. Last year, in the outer disciple tournament, senior brother Wan Lishan, who was ranked 2nd, was defeated in just 3 moves. Even after using a portion of the power of the laws of the heavenly Tao, he was still able to defeat Xing Qinzi so thoroughly. As for eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi, who was deeply rooted in their hearts, they believed that Lin Fei was overconfident. Once eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi made a move, he would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're too arrogant. You don't have any respect for our Wan Lishan. Among the 3, a young man walked out. His white hair fluttered in the wind. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and the void seemed to be frozen. A stairway appeared, allowing someone to walk down. This was the 2nd-ranked Wan Lishan, another true expert. Boom boom. Wan Lishan glared angrily, and a huge white pillar flew out from behind him. It was a world of ice and snow. Even the people who were thousands of miles away could feel the bone-piercing cold. They kept using their celestial power to resist. Another one has comprehended a magical law. Last year, senior brother Wan Lishan was defeated by eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi. I didn't expect him to make another breakthrough this year and comprehend a magical law. He's truly reached a higher level. Eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi alone is enough to put pressure on Lin Fei. Not to mention Wan Lishan, a great overarching golden immortal. Wan Lishan displayed a magical law and shocked everyone again. He was no less famous than Xing Qinzi. If Lin Fei hadn't appeared, This year's Outer Sect Disciple competition would have been a battle between dragons and tigers. Interesting. You also comprehended a magical law. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly ignited the fire. Are you afraid? As long as you kneel and admit your mistake, I can spare your life, Wan Lishan said proudly. Snowflakes fell from the sky. Otherwise, I'll freeze you into an ice sculpture. Eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi, senior brother Wan Lishan, you both have amazing talent. I didn't expect you to have comprehended a magical law. Junior brother is untalented, but I just comprehended a magical law a few days ago. Another heretic youth walked down from the third throne. A fiery pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and a scorching aura burned for thousands of miles. A blazing sun hung above his head. Junior brother Blazing Sun, you also comprehended a magical law? Wan Lishan asked suspiciously. The magical law was very difficult to comprehend. Usually, one could only comprehend a portion of it, which was equivalent to a few tenths of a magical law. It was already very impressive. But today, the top three had all comprehended a portion of nomological power, and they were all relatively powerful nomological powers. I am young Lord Blazing Sunday. I have outstanding talent. So, comprehending a magical law is a piece of cake for me. Scorching Sun Gongzi Zhang's face was filled with disdain. Flames danced in his eyes, burning the air. Initially, I wanted to have a showdown with my senior brothers on the dueling ring. But today, junior brother Lin Fei has been too overbearing. I believe that I should teach him a lesson and make him suffer. The top three experts comprehended the power of laws one after another. It was seriously too shocking. Eldest senior brother Xing Qinzi comprehended the starry sky magical law. Senior brother Wan Lishan comprehended the power of ice, and young Lord Blazing Sun, who ranked third, comprehended the power of fire. The three magical laws were all powerful and domineering. This is bad. Attendant Zhang's heart sank. Lin Fei's divine strength is unparalleled, but if three magical law experts fight, he'll be at a disadvantage. We must stop them. They are all geniuses of the immortal sect. Nothing must happen to them. Attendant Jiang said, comprehending a magical law and becoming a perfected golden immortal was just around the corner. He was a trusted force in the immortal sect. If he couldn't become a perfected golden immortal, he wouldn't be able to speak. Attendant Zhang flew over and said, Son of Stars, since the three of you have comprehended the magical law, why are you making life difficult for junior brother Lin Fei? Why don't you listen to my advice and let this matter go? No, young Lord Blazing Sun shouted, and a wall of fire rose into the sky, blocking the two attendants. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fei. Don't go too far, young Lord Blazing Sun. Attendant Jiang said with a cold snort. You're all the favored ones among the Outer Sect disciples. When you become perfected golden immortals, you'd better be amiable if you want to bully the weak. The two attendants had also comprehended a magical law. Naturally, they didn't want the three of them to attack at the same time, lest there be casualties. They were a bit displeased. Why couldn't Lin Fei think straight? Why did he have to fight the three of them? Even if it was just one of them, the two attendants felt great pressure. Attendants, why are you siding with junior brother Lin Fei? This isn't good. The Son of Stars flickered with starlight. With a wave of his hand, the power of the starry sky enveloped the two attendants and sent them out. Eldest senior brother is too strong. The two attendants are both immortal monarchs, but they were sent out. This is too scary. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see anything. How did eldest senior brother make a move? The power of the starry sky was too terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he sent them out. Of course, the Son of Stars didn't really send them out. He just sent them a few million li away, so that they wouldn't get involved. Not good. Lin Fei is really in trouble now. The two attendants appeared in a mountain range a few million li away from the Holy Heaven Institute. They were surrounded by the power of the starry sky. Even though they knew they were in the mountain range, they couldn't get out. The Son of Stars has a fortuitous encounter and will become a perfected golden immortal in 3 years. Attendant Jiang let out a long sigh. We can only inform Elder Void first. The power of the starry sky that the Son of Stars had unleashed made it impossible for them to break out. Once they came out, it would already be over. Junior brother Lin Fei, let's see who can protect you now that the two attendants are gone. Prince Lai Ri took a step forward, sending out raging flames. Eldest brother, senior brother Wan, why don't we attack together? Let's see who's faster and defeat him. Sure, the Son of Stars said decisively. Wan Lishan agreed. Without asking Lin Fei, he used him as a target to determine the winner. The three of us are the chosen ones among the outer disciples, and have long comprehended the power of laws. We can use Lin Fei to see who is the strongest among us. Awesome. Young Master Lai's battle prowess sword. 1, 2, 3, let's attack together. No one had expected the three experts to use Lin Fei to see who was the strongest. Of course, no one would stop them. They naturally wanted to see the dark horse, Lin Fei, suffer a crushing defeat. They had to learn a lesson. Starry Sky, Major World, 3,000 Dreams. The Son of Stars unleashed one mysterious power after another. The boundless starry sky gave birth to numerous planets, and a dreamlike aura spread out. This was the attack that the Son of Stars was famous for. Starry Sky, Major World, 3,000 Dreams. In fact, it was equivalent to banishment, which would cause one to lose themselves in it and be unable to extricate themselves. World of Ice and Snow, freeze. In the Void Major World, a chill spread out. The sky was covered in ice and snow, and the mountains down below were covered in silver and white. Everything was white. Raging Flame World, burning 10,000 kilometers. The blazing sun above young Master Lai's head suddenly grew larger, and as it did, raging flames appeared out of nowhere, burning a huge area of the void with crackling sounds. Three kinds of magical power came from three different directions, drowning Lin Fei and sealing off all his escape routes. No one believed that he could withstand the attack. As expected, the arrogant Lin Fei failed to block it. Young Master Flame shook his head disdainfully. He didn't believe that Niet Tian could withstand the attack with the power of laws. Not enough, not enough. The heavens and earth shook violently. Lin Fei's voice could be heard. Tenfold burst. Tenfold burst. Lin Fei walked out from the rift. His fists howled like long sabers, shattering the power of laws in the heavens and earth. The force in the storm exploded, leaving the power of laws everywhere. The force of 2,000 dragons was unstoppable. Bang, bang, bang. The tenfold burst shattered all the attacks. Two giant hands slapped at two of them, and the tenfold burst took the opportunity to surround them, tearing their defenses apart. Chapter 820. Even three peerless experts with magical laws can't suppress a newcomer like Lin Fei. Is King Invincible Lin Fei really going to defy the heavens? Those three are going to become perfected golden immortals very soon. Lin Fei's strength had crushed the three peerless geniuses, blowing them up one by one. It could be said that this was the most heaven-defying thing that had ever happened among the outer sect disciples. In such a short time, this king had defeated everyone in the outer sect and taken the #1 spot. Everyone looked at each other in shock. I've known for a long time that junior brother Lin Fei is the #1 disciple in the outer sect. The disciples who had thought that Lin Fei was going to lose immediately changed their minds. Ignoring the disdainful looks from the others, they began to praise him. That goes without saying. Junior brother Lin Fei is convinced that he's the #1 disciple in the outer sect. Don't forget that His Majesty has bestowed him the title of King Invincible. He's going to be invincible under the heavens. Lin Fei stood proudly in the sky, emanating a violent aura like that of a primeval beast. With every move he made, he seemed to be able to blast a hole in the sky. Everyone would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. My junior brother said that you're no match for him. Lin Fei remained calm and collected as he allowed the three of them to revive. What a joke. In the past 4 years, he had gone through hundreds of battles against chaos beasts. This was no joke. The Son of Stars, Wan Lishan, and young Master Blazing Sun were really nothing. Unfortunately, they didn't know that and insisted on showing their strength. Good, good. The Son of Stars is convinced of his defeat. The son of eldest senior brother said decisively. He threw out a card that was brimming with fighting spirit. Ever since I took the position of eldest senior brother, I've been lonely at the top. Today's defeat has helped me achieve my goal. Let's fight again when I become a perfected golden immortal. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to take half of the contribution points that had been delivered to him. You're very much to my liking. I'll look forward to that day. The Son of Stars turned and left without any hesitation. What about you two? Lin Fei wasn't a good person. It was his fault that he lacked contribution points. If he lost, he had to pay the price. You're good. The two of them took out their cards. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. They had learned their lesson from the past. They were not willing to continue fighting with a fellow like Lin Fei. Sigh, I was born a good person, but you just had to find trouble with me. Lin Fei shook his head and transferred the contribution points away. You're a good person. It's best if you return the contribution points. Wan Lishan and young Master Lai Ri were cursing in their hearts. You don't look like a good person at all. You're a complete villain. You're infuriating. My contribution points. Seeing that the card was in the air, the two of them wanted to cry, but had no tears. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The mountains don't turn, but the mountains and rivers will meet again. Let's wait and see. Lin Fei chuckled. I'll be waiting. Remember to bring enough contribution points next time. His words scared the two of them, and their faces turned pale. Lin Fei looked around. What? You guys still want to fight? Hua, hua, hua. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing without a trace. They wished their parents had given them more legs, afraid that Lin Fei would catch up to them and take their contribution points. A bunch of blind guys giving me contribution points in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei was elated. The contribution points in the card in his hand had reached 30 million. He had earned enough contribution points. If I can do this a few more times, it'll be great. Lin Fei started daydreaming. He used his movement technique and returned to his invincible peak. The outer sanctum disciples were completely annihilated, all of them defeated by Lin Fei. The news spread like a gust of spring wind, and it even spread to the inner disciples. Many of them could not sit still anymore. Lin Fei was actually able to suppress 3 law experts, even if it was only 1 law. This was truly unexpected. As for those who wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson, when they heard this news, they all began to curse. Do you, Lin Fei, really want to be invincible? Do you want to defy the heavens? Qi returning to Qi, however, he could only be angry at himself. He would not make a move again. An inner disciple teaching an outer disciple a lesson was indeed going too far. It was like bullying the weak. Everyone held their breaths. Awesome. On Invincible Peak, Lin Fei was soaking in the hot spring lazily with his eyes closed. I've taught the outer disciples a lesson and robbed their contribution points. The inner disciples must be furious right now. Lin Fei picked up a glass of wine beside him and took a sip happily. His whole body felt incomparably comfortable. For the past 4 years, he had been constantly training. Lin Fei had no time to rest at all. Taking advantage of the limited time he had, he wanted to take a good rest and relax. With my current strength, I can contend with a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal with 1% of the Dharma. I can barely do it with 2% of the Dharma. As for an expert with 3% of the Dharma, I can only leave. He can't suppress me. Lin Fei raised his left hand. I'll make use of the time I have to refine all the chaotic divine stones and create the chaotic Emperor's hand. It will be my other trump card. In the past 4 years, Lin Fei's biggest gain was the chaotic divine stones and the increase in his divine force. With the strength of 200 dragons, a single slap would be terrifying. In the remaining month, Lin Fei decided to refine the chaotic divine stones. After refining it, it would become one of his trump cards. With the hand of the celestial demon, he would be invincible. 3% of the Dharma, he would still be heavily injured and killed. On a majestic mountain, the 2 deacons were shocked when they heard the news. Standing in front of them was a man in a white shirt. He looked like an immortal. Unknowingly, they had the urge to worship him. Junior brother Lin Fei is the king of invincibility conferred by the emperor. You can't treat him like an ordinary person. The man in white said indifferently. The sons of stars, Wan Lishan, and young Master Lai are rare geniuses, but they can't stop Lin Fei's rise. Deacon Zhang and Deacon Zhang's hearts shook. In fact, they were more shocked than anyone when they heard that Lin Fei had defeated the three of them and robbed them of their contribution points. His battle prowess was mysterious and unfathomable at the profound immortal realm. He was indeed a peerless genius that was 1 in 10,000. They seemed to understand that the sons of stars were geniuses, but unfortunately, they had met Lin Fei. The emperor's conferment had taken hundreds of years. Naturally, he was extraordinary. You did well this time. Go to the heaven-defying room and cultivate for 3 days. The man in white said. The two were overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Su. In the blink of an eye, only one person was left on the majestic mountain. Lin Fei, you really surprised me. In just 10 years, you can already defeat experts with 1% of the loss. Your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Su, he looked at the sky. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Su, he had bet on Lin Fei. At this time, he believed that investing in Lin Fei would only bring him benefits. Causing trouble? That was nothing. Which genius didn't cause trouble? As long as your fist was big, who would dare to criticize you? Chapter 821. I'm sorry, but my master is in seclusion. He won't be seeing you. Outside the Invincible Peak, many outer disciples and even some inner disciples came to visit the king of Invincible, Lin Fei. They wanted to get to know him better. Ever since Lin Fei became invincible, his name as a genius had spread far and wide. He was already a Xian immortal. No one dared to imagine that he would become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in the future. He might be able to defeat all Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. He might even be comparable to an immortal king. Instead of adding flowers to brocade, it was better to send charcoal in the snow. Therefore, all the famous disciples came to visit Lin Fei, regardless of whether it was good or bad. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Lin Fei had already gone into seclusion. His answer shocked them. Of course, they were not unhappy. They admired Lin Fei even more. He went into seclusion for 10 years in the heaven-defying space. Now that he came out, he went into seclusion again. Everyone sighed. The title of Invincible was indeed true. No one could compete with him. The status of the servants on the Invincible Peak rose. The strength of a peak determined their status. Now that they were outside, no one dared to do anything to them, even though some people were looking at them coldly and insulting them. Everyone knew that Lin Fei, the Invincible King, was standing behind them, and he seemed to be unreasonable. They did not dare to do anything. If they did, they would be in trouble. They would be killed more than 10 times and become useless. Their lives would be ruined. They might as well swallow their anger. When the servants of the Invincible Peak went out, many people started to curry favor with them. Among the outer disciples, everyone knew that the Invincible Peak was the most powerful peak. Who would dare to offend them? Not long later, the outer disciples became inner disciples. After hearing the servant's reply, they all tactfully left. Even if they did not have a chance today, they would still have a chance in the future. Why rush? In the sky, 2 rays of light could be seen flying towards the Invincible Peak like meteors. That's the Invincible Peak. Lin Fei is really arrogant. Among the inner disciples, none of the senior brothers dared to name it Invincible Peak. Yet, he chose to name it so casually. How arrogant! The two of them had imposing appearances, and a fierce look flashed in their eyes. They were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Fei. Call your Lin Fei out. The two of them were extremely fast and appeared outside the mountain peaks array in the blink of an eye. One of the taller disciples raised his eyebrows and coldly snorted, putting on a superior attitude. A mysterious immortal realm servant flew over and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'm sorry, my master is in closed-door cultivation. Please forgive him. Seclusion? Let him come out. The man continued to snort coldly. The Xian immortal servant said, My master is really in closed-door cultivation. Please come back in a few days. Humph! How dare you, Lin Fei? We are an inner sect disciple, and yet you want us to wait for him. Another young man glared at him and said sternly. Bang, bang, bang. The mystic immortal servant was sent flying and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One person's accident alarmed the servants below. Hundreds of heaven immortals flew up and glared at them angrily. Their auras were linked together, and even though they were separated by the array, they were still filled with murderous intent. What do you want? This is our master's territory. I advise you not to cause trouble here. These two were both inner sect disciples with distinguished status. Now that they were being glared at by hundreds of heaven immortal servants, how could they bear it? A group of lowly servants who allowed you to speak to us like this. The tall man sneered, and a chill soared into the sky. Cold air filled the air. To lowly servants, all of you will become popsicles. Even though they were separated by the array, when the cold air blew in, the void seemed to be frozen. The hundreds of heaven immortals all coughed out blood and resisted with all their might. Unfortunately, the casual aura of an inner sect disciple was not something they could resist. Ha! Bitches, a mere Lin Fei really thinks that he has a great backing. Your Lin Fei won't even dare to say a word when I kill you. The two of them looked up to the sky and laughed arrogantly. They were indeed qualified to do so. The disciples who were about to come to visit all gasped when they saw the two inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples were looking for trouble. How dare you two? How dare you attack my people? Who gave you the guts? Rumble. The ice seal's chill exploded with a bang, like a broken mirror. The hundreds of heaven immortal servants regained their freedom. A vast immortal force descended on them and healed their injuries. Master is here. The hundreds of heaven immortals knelt down at the same time. Lin Fei, you dare to attack us? The tall inner sect disciple sneered. Slap him. Whoosh! In the void, a 10,000 zhong long giant hand rushed out, broke through the seal, and grabbed the neck of the inner sect disciple, suppressing his strength. Slap! 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 Another giant hand slapped down. After 10 slaps, the inner sect disciple's face became like a pig's head. Inner sect disciple, how arrogant. So what if I hit you? Come and bite me. The tall inner sect disciple's eyes narrowed into a line. You're dead. You're dead. I'm an inner sect disciple. Slap, slap, slap. This time, he used more force, and a tooth flew out of his mouth. I'm hitting you. I'm hitting you. Apologize immediately, or I'll smash your body. Lin Fei, how dare you? The other inner sect disciple was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. The giant hand came and grabbed the inner sect disciple's neck, suppressing his strength once again. In the void, a sword intent pierced through the inner sect disciple's body, and blood gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the two groups of inner sect disciples screamed in pain. Inner sect disciples? What right do you have to attack the servants? I'll teach you a lesson today. Being an inner sect disciple is nothing. I want you to know that I'm a very protective person. Lin Fei's angry voice echoed in the Invincible peak. Senior brother Lin Fei, you're awesome. Damn it, inner sect disciples are all trash. Senior brother Lin Fei did a good job. People like them won't learn their lesson if they don't get beaten up. That's awesome. I didn't know that the high and mighty inner sect disciples would have their necks pinched. Those outer sect disciples who thought that Lin Fei would swallow his anger felt as if they had drunk a cup of hot water in the summer. Even though they did not attack Lin Fei, it was as if they had done it themselves. There was a huge difference between an outer sect disciple and an inner sect disciple. Inner sect disciples never took outer sect disciples seriously, and many of them had been taught a lesson. However, Lin Fei, this dark horse, personally made a move and taught an inner sect disciple a lesson, allowing them to vent out their resentment. The sword intent pierced through their bodies continuously, causing them to vomit blood. At the beginning, they were arrogant and threatened Lin Fei, but soon they started begging for mercy. Junior brother Lin Fei, we were wrong. We admit our mistakes. We won't do it again. We'll apologize now. Blood flowed out of the two of them. They had heard that Lin Fei was powerful, but they didn't believe it. But now, they were in such a state, and they were filled with regret. They were truly worried that Lin Fei would kill them. You know your mistakes. Weren't you very cool just now? Lin Fei strode over and appeared on the mountain peak with a cold look in his eyes. Thump! We were wrong. Sorry. Under the cold, they were scared out of their wits. Hand over your contribution points. You know that you beat up my people. Even though they were unhappy, Lin Fei's tone was firm. They had to hand over their contribution points, or else we'll give it to you. Lin Fei transferred the contribution points to the Xian immortals. Distribute them to them. This is their compensation. Everyone was shocked. Lin Fei is so generous to give his people contribution points. That's more than 1 million contribution points. Maybe even more than that. The servants were also dumbfounded. Not only did Master help them vent their anger, but he also gave them contribution points as compensation. All of them were extremely excited. Seeing the contribution points being distributed, their hearts were bleeding. They wanted to kill them, but the moment they released their killing intent, their bodies were pierced. Why? Are you unwilling? We're willing. We're willing. The two of them were like chickens pecking at rice. Lin Fei chuckled. Looking at your expressions, you should be unwilling. I'll be a good person and let you experience the taste of death. Junior brother Lin Fei, show mercy. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from afar. A stream of light came. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. You still want to stop me? Dream on. With a thought, he rubbed his hands. One in each hand, the two intersect disciples were crushed into meatballs. They were directly crushed to death. With a single breath, they exploded. Too cruel. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei was indeed cruel. He crushed the intersect disciples into meatballs just to teach them a lesson. This lesson was too deep. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're so bold. How dare you kill intersect disciples? The figure rushed over. It was a middle-aged man with a sage-like appearance. At this moment, he frowned and was furious. The surrounding temperature dropped. Lin Fei didn't care. Kill intersect disciples? Don't falsely accuse others. What did I kill them? I just checked their bodies. They were too weak. How disappointing. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. The middle-aged man almost vomited blood. Lin Fei actually turned black and white upside down. I saw it with my own eyes. Do you think it's fake? The middle-aged man glared angrily. At this moment, the two resurrected. Their faces were pale. Then, they met Lin Fei's cold gaze and his words. Did I kill you just now? Don't hide anything, or I'll be unhappy. The foreheads of the two intersect disciples were covered with cold sweat. It was as if they were being stared at by a demon. The taller intersect disciple hurriedly said, Senior brother, you're mistaken. Junior brother Lin Fei didn't kill us. We were just sparring. Yes, sparring. Yes. We can only blame ourselves. Our bodies are weak. You can't blame junior brother Lin Fei for this. The two wanted to cry. Not only did they lose their contribution points, but they also died once. After saying that, they turned around and left. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They were afraid that Lin Fei would kill them again. 2 pieces of trash. The middle-aged man snorted. Lin Fei smiled. Senior brother, I'm not wrong, right? We were indeed sparring. The middle-aged man suppressed his anger. Lin Fei was too domineering. They just ran away. He said coldly, the 9th secluded mystery realm is about to start. Follow me to the main hall. He turned around and left. Chapter 822. Shocking. It was a shocking feeling. Lin Fei, the king-conferred genius, had killed 2 inner disciples and extorted them. Not only that, he was not injured at all. He even made the inner disciples leave in anger. They were inner disciples. Any one of them could come out and act tyrannically. When had they ever suffered? Instantly, Lin Fei became the idol of all the outer disciples. They should learn from Lin Fei. Even if they were inner disciples, they should still beat them up if they were not happy. I don't care if you're an inner disciple or not. I'll beat you up first. The ninth secluded mystery realm is about to start. No wonder there are 2 inner disciples here. Lin Fei touched his chin and suddenly realized that it was about time. No wonder they came. However, their tone was not good. Did they think that he was a pushover? Lin Fei had nothing to fear from an inner disciple. If you wanted someone to be afraid of you, you had to be scarier than them. Therefore, Lin Fei killed them and gave them an unforgettable memory. All right, go back and activate the formation. I'm going out for a while. Lin Fei turned into a black light and left. Goodbye, Master. Goodbye, Master. Hundreds of immortals said at the same time. Their voices were earth-shattering. Those who did not know what was going on were shocked. Lin Fei's protectiveness was destined to spread. Therefore, no one came to find trouble with him anymore. The inner sanctum disciples killed as they pleased, and they did it without hesitation. This Lin Fei is really fast. It's a pity that he is too arrogant. The inner disciples who had left earlier were very unhappy when they saw Lin Fei chasing after them. A guy who was not even an inner disciple did not give them face and killed an inner disciple. He was too bold. You are strong, but it doesn't mean that you are faster than me. Although he could not teach Lin Fei a lesson, he could attack Lin Fei in another way. When the time came, he would be able to scold Lin Fei and vent his anger. Suddenly, he sped up and left. Haha, interesting. Lin Fei was calm. It was just a competition of speed. As soon as he activated his immortal force, Lin Fei stepped forward like a flash of light. An outer disciple is just an outer disciple. What's so great about him? After a long distance, when he did not see Lin Fei coming up, he heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a pleased expression. When I get to the inner sanctum hall, I'll definitely report Lin Fei's arrogance. It'll be best if the inner sanctum elders punish him. Humming a tune, he headed toward the inner sanctum hall. Very soon, above the mountains, a floating city appeared. Great Emperor's City. Trash is trash. The Great Emperor's City had appeared, but there was no sign of Lin Fei. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong was in an extremely good mood. He was pondering how he should mock Lin Fei later. Senior brother, I'm here. The voice that he did not want to hear the most appeared in Senior apprentice Brother Zhong's ears. Immediately, he saw Lin Fei standing at the entrance of the city, calmly waiting for him. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong was momentarily stunned. How could he be faster than me? It was as disgusting as swallowing a fly. His face sank, and he said coldly, "Follow me." The inner sanctum hall was a huge palace. At this moment, there were more than 10 young men standing in the palace. The men were all extraordinarily handsome, and the women were all beautiful. They were elegant and dignified, and their auras were powerful. They were all big shots in the inner sanctum. So, when 2 people appeared at the entrance of the palace, their arrogant and unruly gazes were drawn over. The focus was on a certain person. The outer disciple, Lin Fei, has arrived. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong said expressionlessly, but he was sneering in his heart. The inner sanctum hall is a gathering of heroes. You are just an outer disciple. Let's see how you deal with them. You are destined to be eaten alive by them. He is Lin Fei, the genius conferred king in the outer sanctum. I think he is just SOSO. In a corner on the left, there was a burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was like a small mountain. Those with small arms and legs, I can kill them with one slap. Senior apprentice brothers and sisters, you can't say that. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong said seriously. Junior apprentice Brother Lin Fei is the pride of the heavens. Just now, he killed 2 inner disciples. They're not small arms and legs. Damn, this guy is really a piece of trash. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. It was obvious that they were trying to help him attract hatred. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the eyes of the more than 10 inner disciples present turned hazy. Obviously, they were provoked by these words. An outer disciple dared to kill 2 inner disciples. Junior apprentice Brother Lin Fei, I heard that your divine strength is unparalleled. A low and deep voice suddenly rang out. A black-faced man waved his hand, and a black figure broke through the air and headed straight for Lin Fei. He did not utter a single word of warning. Senior apprentice Brother Gao is bullying children again. The crowd began to watch the show with great interest. Testing me? Lin Fei knew from the beginning that his trip to the Nine-Nether Mystery Realm would not be easy. As he expected, someone was testing him. Comparing strength? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei casually reached out his hand and grabbed it. It was ordinary and light. The crowd could not help but laugh, as if they were waiting to see a certain someone get into trouble. It's so heavy. Lin Fei's heart sank. His grab brought with it a huge force, which was going to crush him and make a fool of himself in front of everyone. Inner disciples were indeed ruthless. 30% of his strength. Divine strength burst out and stopped the force from sinking. It landed on his hand. With a casual look, he found out that it was a black stone smaller than a fist. Unbelievable. I caught it. That's possible? Everyone knows that Senior Apprentice Brother Gao is good at using gravity attacks. This brat Lin Fei is really something. The expressions of those who were about to watch him changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. In their eyes, Lin Fei was just a person with divine strength. His cultivation realm was far from theirs. It's too light. I'll return it to you. With a toss, Lin Fei sent the stone flying straight at the black-faced man. He dared to attack. The crowd was slightly stunned. Since when did an outer disciple dare to attack an inner disciple? How audacious! As mentioned earlier, the difference between an outer disciple and an inner disciple was like heaven and earth. Who would dare to attack an inner disciple? The black-faced man's eyes flashed with displeasure. Lin Fei was indeed arrogant. He dared to attack an inner disciple without any regard for him. Humph! The black-faced man harumphed coldly. The air shook as if there was a huge earthquake. He reached out his hand to grab Lin Fei. He wanted to let Lin Fei know that not everyone was qualified to attack him. I'll grab it. When his palm came into contact with the stone, a powerful force exploded out. The dark-faced man's expression changed, and he felt a sweetness in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was forced back 10 steps, leaving behind a shocking footprint. I'm sorry, I was too heavy just now, Lin Fei said with a face full of fear. The stone that he threw just now looked ordinary, but it actually contained divine power. It exploded at the crucial moment, making an inner disciple look like a fool. You dare to scheme against me? Gao Wang's tone was cold, and he shot a murderous gaze over. Don't slander me. What did I scheme against you? Speak clearly. Lin Fei's expression changed. You're an inner disciple. You're really thick-skinned to say such words. No one expected that Lin Fei would scheme against Senior Brother Gao and even spit out a mouthful of blood. He still dared to deny it. They had finally witnessed the insolence of a king-ranked genius, Lin Fei. Comparing divine power? No one here could compare. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't admit it. So what if I scheme against you? What can you do to me? Bastard, I'll tear you apart. Gao Dazhuang had originally wanted to test Lin Fei and teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't be so arrogant. After all, a king chosen didn't count for much. However, in the end, he had failed miserably. His anger soared to the heavens, and how could he let the matter rest? Who allowed you to attack in the inner disciples' hall? Chapter 823. Space fluctuated and ripples appeared as a figure floated over. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. He didn't smile, and his cold aura shrouded the entire hall. The originally tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant, and the tall, strong, and fierce aura disappeared without a trace, returning to its original appearance. This should be an elder, Lin Fei thought to himself. Immediately after, he sensed a divine sense sweep over his body. It's an extremely powerful elder. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 more elders appeared in the void. Their auras were strong, and they were surrounded by the aura of the law. They were top-notch experts. You're Lin Fei. The middle-aged man who came down first glanced over, and his eyes were full of majesty. I'm Lin Fei. Lin Fei replied. Who allowed you to attack an inner disciple? The middle-aged man's voice was cold, and it made people feel like they were in a world of ice and snow. If this happens again, you'll be punished. You'd better be prepared. Just one sentence was enough to seal his fate. Lin Fei didn't speak. He was thinking that he didn't know this elder. Could it be that he's another inner disciple's backer? Otherwise, why would he attack me the moment they met? The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze. All right, you're all the best among the inner disciples. This trip to the 9 secluded secret realm is your opportunity. You must grasp it well. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Let's go. In the boundless sky, a huge cloud turned into a giant hand, and it carried a group of people forward. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled millions of miles. On the giant hand, everyone sat down. They had been out for a few days. Even with an elder leading the group, they wouldn't reach the designated place in less than 10 days. The elder who controlled the giant hand was an elder who cultivated the law of speed, and he was best at speed. Even so, it still took 10 days. In a corner of the giant hand, Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged, and he didn't sit with them. From the beginning, they had formed a group and pushed Lin Fei out. Of course, this didn't affect Lin Fei at all. If you ignore me, I will ignore you. This saves me trouble. Lin Fei could sense intense hostility from them. With a quick thought, he understood what was going on. None of the inner disciples were king-ranked disciples. They were searching for opportunities in the 9 secluded secret realm. Compared to Lin Fei, who was a king-ranked disciple, they shouldn't be hostile towards him. In the past few days, Lin Fei had learned that these 3 elders were inner sect elders. The one who had warned him was called Elder Fei Yang, and the other 2 were called Elder Bai Yun and Elder Suzhua. Comparatively speaking, the 2 inner elders had a better temper, and they didn't speak much. Elder Fei Yang, on the other hand, was different. He was basically targeting Lin Fei, and he was just short of telling Lin Fei to scram. Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly opened his eyes. A hoofing phoenix had appeared not far away. There were quite a few people on it, and a scorching aura assaulted him. Elder Fei Yang, long time no see. The enormous hoofing phoenix flew up, and a middle-aged man said proudly, Phoenix Academy's Elder Jiang. Elder Fei Yang replied coldly, It's indeed been a long time since we last met. Phoenix Academy? Lin Fei immediately knew the origin of this Phoenix Academy. It was the 2nd ranked academy in the Northern Domain, close to the Heavenly Academy. The 2 academies were enemies, and they couldn't get along. In recent years, the Heavenly Academy had been declining year by year, while the Phoenix Academy's influence had been expanding, and they were on the verge of catching up to the Heavenly Academy. Elder Jiang casually glanced at them. Elder Fei Yang, your academy doesn't have any king-ranked geniuses this time? That's a pity. Our Phoenix Academy has produced 2 king-ranked geniuses this time. Our academy's luck is too good. Elder Fei Yang's face sank. So what if they're king-ranked geniuses? Elder Jiang smiled. Your Heavenly Academy has fallen behind, and there are no more king-ranked geniuses. You might as well not go there in the future, since you're just going to die anyway. Ha 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 ha. He urged the hoofing phoenix to fly away. Face slapping. Phoenix Academy was purposely slapping their faces. After being tormented like this, Fei Yang's face turned uglier, especially when he looked at Lin Fei. His expression didn't look good. Damn, Lin Fei cursed in his heart. I'm a king-ranked genius. Who asked you not to tell me? And now you're blaming me? Following this, as they got closer, more academies appeared one after another. The people they brought were all geniuses, and there was no lack of king-ranked geniuses. The Heavenly Academy was clearly lacking in this aspect, and they didn't have enough confidence. We're here. The Primal Chaos City is in front. Over 10 days later, Elder Fei Yang finally spoke. Everyone stood up and looked ahead. This was their first time heading to the Primal Chaos City. Hua, 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 hua. In front of them was a vast land. All of a sudden, a myriad of colorful lights appeared, and a huge city was faintly discernible, looking extremely sacred. Primal Chaos City. Lin Fei also stood up and looked at the huge city in the multicolored light. Why can't my body move? What's going on? At this moment, a mysterious force appeared, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't move. Their faces were filled with fear. After all, they were all peerless geniuses. Being suppressed and losing their strength, the first thing they felt was fear. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is the pressure of the primal chaos. Only the students of the academies are allowed to enter. If outsiders enter, their strength will be suppressed and they will fall to their deaths. Elder Fei Yang took out a token and took out 4 large words. It was precisely the flamboyant words Holy Heaven Academy. As the multicolored light blew past, everyone discovered that they could move again and let out a long sigh of relief. Primal Chaos City. Primal Chaos City, looking down from above, looked like a circle. In the center was a plaza, and according to the plaza, there were many different regions, different sizes, forming different regions. Elder Fei Yang said, "The plaza below is called the Primal Chaos Plaza. We will enter from there." He then pointed at the regions. The regions below are of different sizes, and each region represents an academy. Our academy is in the north, the largest one. So many academies are participating? They were shocked. Lin Fei himself was shocked too. A mere 9 secluded area, and so many academies were participating. One could imagine how big the competition was. A total of 108 academies are participating. They are peak, first rate, second rate, and third rate. Among them, there are 4 peak, 16 first rate, 40 second rate, and 48 third rate. All right, let's go down. Elder Fei Yang brought them to a huge region in the north. Looking down from above, there were countless palaces. It was extremely luxurious. Elder Su, we are here. After descending, Elder Fei Yang stood respectfully in front of the palace, as if he was waiting for someone to come out. Elder Su? Lin Fei was startled. He was here too? Elder Fei Yang, Elder Su Zhua, Elder Bai Yun, thank you for your hard work. Elder Su, he walked out of the palace with a few other elders beside him. So they were already in the Primal Chaos City. Not at all, not at all. Elder Fei Yang's solemn expression changed to a smile. All right, someone will bring you to rest later. There are 3 more days before the 9 secluded area opens. Rest well and recover your energy. Elder Su, he said lightly. Everyone was excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Among the inner sect disciples, who didn't know that Elder Su, he was a true expert and had the potential to become an immortal king in the future. Immediately, a servant came up and brought them to rest. Master, this is where you will rest. The servant brought Lin Fei to the front of a palace. It was luxurious and magnificent, even more majestic than a palace. After reaching the palace, Lin Fei sent the servant away. Finally, I can have some peace. Lin Fei let out a long breath. These days, he had been troubled by Elder Fei Yang. His ears were about to grow calluses. Finally, he could leave that guy. Primal Chaos City, what an interesting place. At first, Lin Fei thought that the 9 secluded area would be somewhere else. Who would have thought that it would be in such a remote place with chaotic energy protecting it? Even with his strong body, he was still restricted by the chaotic energy. Forget it, I'll rest first. Once the 9 secluded area opens, it will be another thrilling adventure. Nightfall. Who would have thought that I would sit here until nightfall? Lin Fei stood up, full of energy. When he was outside, he did not dare to let his guard down. At this moment, inside the palace, with the protective spell outside, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He did not have to worry about anyone trying to harm him, because outside the palace, there was chaotic energy. Even though it was very faint, it was still detected. He was completely relieved. You're awake. Lin Fei had only just moved his body when a voice rang out beside his ear. Next, an illusory figure appeared. Senior brother. The person who came was Elder Su. Lin Fei did not call him Elder Su like the others, but directly called him senior brother to get closer to him. Lin Fei was never worried about people with ulterior motives. If they could benefit each other, it would be a good thing. Su smiled. I heard that on the way here, Fei Yang made things difficult for you. You even know about this? It's just a small matter. There's nothing senior brother doesn't know. Su, he said. You must be curious why Elder Fei Yang would target you, right? This was indeed a question. Lin Fei shook his head, revealing a ferocious look. I don't want to know now. It's meaningless. It's just that they were ordered by someone. In the future, when my strength increases, I will personally teach them a lesson. Su Yi thought that Lin Fei would be resentful and wanted to know who was behind it. Who would have thought that the other party did not want to know and would beat them up in the future? That's true. They're just a bunch of fleas, nothing much. Su Yi smiled. When the 9 secluded area opens, the 108 academies are destined to have a bloody battle. You must be mentally prepared. Junior brother has been preparing. Lin Fei nodded. Chapter 824. Elder Su Yi came personally and told Lin Fei a piece of good news. The whereabouts of the first Yuan heavy water. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a fairy. Ah, senior brother, you have information about the whereabouts of the first Yuan heavy water. Godfiend body advancing to the 4th transformation. The main and important materials were severely lacking. This had become a big problem for Lin Fei. That was why he went to the 9 secluded area to try and obtain the first Yuan heavy water and other materials. Just as he arrived at the city of primal chaos, the news came. More importantly, this news was related to the first Yuan heavy water. And your luck is not bad. There is information about the whereabouts of the first Yuan heavy water in the city of primal chaos. Su Yi smiled and said, however, don't be happy too early. The value of the first Yuan heavy water is not low. When refining treasures and merging it in, it can increase the power of gravity. This news, to you, is not a small problem. Senior brother, don't keep me in suspense. Lin Fei was anxious to know. No matter what trouble there is, junior brother is not afraid. At most, we will fight. The first Yuan heavy water was too important. He cannot lose it. Whoever fought with him for the first Yuan heavy water was his enemy. This was equivalent to killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth. It was unforgivable. Tomorrow night, there will be an auction in Primal Chaos City. Su Yi was not in a hurry. Amongst the items being auctioned, there is a map. It was a disciple who coincidentally found the whereabouts of the first Yuan heavy water. Unfortunately, his strength was too low. Plus, the first Yuan heavy water was a treasure, and there were chaos beasts guarding it. He did not dare to try, so he recorded it down. Ah, a map. A map of the first Yuan heavy water. Lin Fei's eyes lit up even more. 9 secluded area. Lin Fei only knew a little about it. He simply knew that it was a dangerous place with dangers everywhere. If he wanted to find the first Yuan heavy water, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The news that Elder Su Yi brought was not inferior to the celestial music. Lin Fei's original problem was instantly solved. As long as I have this map, the chances of getting the first Yuan heavy water is very high. I won't have to fly into a wall and not know where to go. Lin Fei thought. With the first essence heavy water, my Godfiend body will have a 50% chance of advancing from the 3rd refinement to the 4th refinement. The map has appeared, but it won't be easy for you to get it. Su Wan dropped another bomb, like a bucket of cold water. This time, when the 9 secluded secret realm opens, geniuses from all the great academies will come. Many of them are king-ranked geniuses. Many of them have their eyes on the first Yuan heavy water. You must be aware of this. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would be easily intimidated. In that case, tomorrow's auction will be a gathering of geniuses. It will be very difficult for me to get the map. You can say that it's not easy. Many king-conferred geniuses are eyeing it, and the price is fluctuating greatly. Elder Void first said, all right, that's all for the information. As for how to obtain it, think about it yourself. Lin Fei sank into deep thought. By the time he raised his head, Elder Void first had already left without a trace. F***CK, why are you running so fast? Could it be that you know I want to borrow money from you? The whereabouts of the first essence heavy water was known, but for Lin Fei, it was not a small amount of pressure. Firstly, he didn't have any money on him. Secondly, he didn't have any money. As the saying goes, it's hard to be a hero without money. Lin Fei was indeed stumped. F***CK. Don't tell me you want me to go to the auction empty-handed? Lin Fei frowned. I must get the map of the first Yuan heavy water. Without the first Yuan heavy water, when will I be able to advance to the fourth refinement God-fiend body? Lin Fei started to count what other good things he had on him. Celestial stones? There weren't many left. Normally, Lin Fei would refine them directly. There was no use for him to keep them. Elixirs? Just like the celestial stones, they were all refined by Lin Fei. The third refinement God-fiend body had strong resistance. Things like elixirs were not essential to Lin Fei. It was normal that Lin Fei didn't have any valuable elixirs on him. Eight-headed flood dragon horse. After opening the pet space, Lin Fei finally found something valuable. The flood dragon horse that he had stolen from outside the valley was now in the pet space. If it was a normal auction, Lin Fei could easily get the map of the first Yuan heavy water with the flood dragon horse. This was Chaos City, a gathering of peerless geniuses. The eight-headed flood dragon horse was really not much. It was dispensable. Lin Fei scratched his head. Did he really have to rob it? Would it be too high profile? Would he expose himself? Just as Lin Fei was feeling depressed, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He smacked his head. Damn it, how could I forget about my own system shop? Lin Fei had indeed neglected the system shop. He only needed to buy some items from the system shop and auction them at the auction. Would he have to worry about not being able to gather enough money? All right, I'll do that. The next day, Lin Fei stayed in the palace for an entire day, all the way until nightfall. I can finally go out. Once night fell, Lin Fei was full of energy. He hummed a tune as he walked out of the palace. After asking the servant for the specific location, he walked out leisurely. Lin Fei was a loner, and no one cared about him. 108 academies were in Chaos City. Walking out of the palace and on the streets, one could see enchanting disciples everywhere, exuding a powerful aura and arrogance. Chaos Commerce Chamber, the place where Lin Fei was preparing to go. This commerce chamber did not belong to anyone. It was formed by 108 academies, and it was rich and overbearing. As expected, many people on the streets know about the auction. As Lin Fei walked, he left a message. He really did hear many people discussing about the commerce chamber. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, Lin Fei felt a tremor under his feet. A dangerous aura was approaching. A bunch of trash, scram. Don't block the way. Lin Fei turned around and saw a huge figure coming from the streets. He squinted his eyes and recognized it. It was the violent ape from the ancient mountain. It could reach a height of 100 zhang, and now it was tens of zhang tall. Pump! An enchanting disciple hesitated for a moment, and the violent ape stepped on him, turning him into a meat patty. Luckily, there was a formation in Chaos City that could revive after death. Trash, you dare to block my way. You deserve to be trampled to death. On the violent ape's palm was a young man. His black cape fluttered in the wind, and he was arrogant and unruly as he walked over. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spine. He is the violent young master of the southern mountain range. If there's nothing else, it's better to avoid him. Just as this person finished speaking, the violent ape slapped down with its palm. This person did not even have the chance to make a sound before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. I hate talking bad about people behind their backs the most. His cold, bloodthirsty, and violent eyes swept across, and everyone subconsciously shivered. As expected, it was violent. Everyone listed the violent young master as one of the people that could not be offended. Originally, they were discussing in private, but now they stopped. They did not want to be beaten to death. Chapter 825. Lin Fei didn't expect to see such a powerful fellow in such a short time. His body exuded a strong aura of violence. Using the primordial mountain's violent giant ape as a mount was indeed incomparably flashy. Just because he said a single sentence, he was beaten to death, and if he was in the way, he would trample him to death. He was incomparably arrogant, worthy of being a violent fellow from the primordial mountain. As he got closer to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei saw many geniuses. Their tempers were not any lower than the violent young nobles, and they almost crushed everything along the way. Apart from them, the primordial mountain's geniuses also appeared. They were equally violent, and if something went wrong, they would start fighting. It was as if others didn't know they were primordial mountain's geniuses. Lin Fei finally understood. For great academies, 108 academies, geniuses gathered together, and even primordial mountain's geniuses could appear. Tonight's auction was bound to be very lively. Soon, Lin Fei arrived at the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. What a terrifying aura! From far away, Lin Fei raised his head and saw a giant black door. 4 large words seemed to be imprinted in the air: illusory and illusory. The 4 words had different auras and were filled with a domineering aura. This should have been left behind by the 4 great emperors, and it even contains the existence of the law of space. After a glance, Lin Fei recognized the aura of one of the words. It was like the great emperor's aura from back then, and it was still fresh in his memory. There was still a will in his mind. At this time, in front of the door, chariots appeared one after another. They were all gorgeous and ancient, and they all represented geniuses. Do you see that? The one who came down from the white carriage is the southern region duke's son, Jintianho. I didn't think he would come to the auction. An armored young duke came down from the white carriage. With a sweep of his gaze, it was as if thousands of men and horses were sweeping over, wanting to crush everyone into pieces. His aura was extremely terrifying. He doesn't count as a young duke. There are quite a few marquises here tonight. Speak of the devil. Do you see that one over there? He is the Western Duke, and he is not inferior to the Jintianho. Someone immediately said, he doesn't count as a duke. The true genius is here. Phoenix Academy's king bestowed Genius Liu Yong, titled Spear King. His spear art is world-shaking. What does the Spear King count for? That Thunder King from Crepe Myrtle Academy is here. Once his thunder strikes, the world will be shocked. Whatever spear techniques, they will all be destroyed. Lord Marquis, the conferred king, is far less powerful than the Primordial Mountains variant. Every single one of them is not inferior to a Regis genius. Outside the door was a large group of people, and they were arguing nonstop. Whenever a genius appeared, it would immediately cause a wave of exclamations. Lin Fei observed for a good while. He had to admit that the Holy Heaven Academy selection back then had been filled with experts. However, the scene before him was many times more powerful than the previous one. An expert, a true expert. Lin Fei was filled with a strong desire to fight. This was a true expert. Every expert here could completely defeat the top 10 experts of the last selection, and even the top 10 experts of the Outer Sanctum. The 4 great academies, the titled king geniuses, the noble princes, the archaic mountains' unique species, every single one of them had a powerful background and outstanding strength. They were the exceptional geniuses of their generation. Lin Fei walked towards the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Now that the show was over, it was time to enter the auction. No matter what kind of exceptional genius it was, Lin Fei did not need to worship them. He himself was a unique, exceptional genius. Stop! Lin Fei swaggered over. Unexpectedly, 2 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals appeared in front of him. The nomological aura lingered around them, and their chi was locked on Lin Fei. Look, there's another idiot who wants to participate in the auction. Only at the Xian Immortal Realm. Are you kidding me? What academy arranged this person? It must be a third-rate academy. I can't even enter at the Golden Immortal Realm. He's just a small Xian Immortal. I bet he'll be thrown out immediately. Idiot, it's obvious. If we can participate in the auction, why do we have to stand outside and stare? The people outside were gloating and ready to watch a joke. Lin Fei frowned slightly. What? You're not allowed to enter. That's right. One of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals said coldly, the nature of this auction is different. You must have an invitation to enter. Otherwise, you can't enter. What a scam. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Senior brother, can you at least prepare an invitation for me? The sudden scene interrupted Lin Fei's rhythm. As long as I have an invitation, Lin Fei repeated. You must have an invitation. That's our rule. As long as you have an invitation, we'll let you in immediately. The Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal sneered. He did not think that a Xian Immortal could produce an invitation. The invitation this time was issued to exceptional geniuses. How could a small Xian Immortal be qualified to have the right to have an invitation? Stinking brat, get out of the way. Don't block the young master's way. At this moment, a dissatisfied voice came from behind Lin Fei. A servant opened the door of the chariot. A red-haired young man came down from the chariot. His eyes were red, and he had a bloodthirsty aura. These words came from the servant's mouth. The servant valiantly puffed out his chest. It's you. Did you hear that? Get out of the way. If you offend the young master, I guarantee that you won't be able to bear the consequences. Lin Fei turned around with a strange look in his eyes. You have an invitation? The red-haired young man coldly snorted. This young master is a genius of the archaic mountain. Of course, I have an invitation. Take advantage of the fact that this young master is not angry. Get out of here and admit your mistake. It was a mutant from the archaic mountain. Mutants were the descendants of the archaic mountain. Their strength was tyrannical and terrifying. In addition to mutants, there were also pure-blooded mutants. They had inherited ancient inheritances and were many times stronger than ordinary mutants. The archaic mountain was famous because there were many powerful, pure-blooded existences living on the mountain. It became a unique force in the heavenly realm. So it's a bear. What mutant? It made me think for a long time. Lin Fei said in all seriousness. All right, now I announce, hand over the invitation on you and Scram. It's that simple. Bold brat, you're courting death. The servant's face darkened. There was still someone who dared to snatch the invitation. With a loud shout, he rushed in front of Lin Fei and slapped down with his palm. A strong wind whistled, and a sky full of saber lights slashed down. Scram! Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He casually slapped the servant's body, and the saber lights exploded. As for the servant, he was sent flying far away and was on the verge of death. The two perfected golden immortal guards revealed a strange look in their eyes. A Xian immortal dared to snatch the invitation of a mutant from the archaic mountain. They had never seen someone so daring to attack a mutant. The important thing was that the gap was too big. The other party could crush it with a finger. You dare to attack my servant? The mutant's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. I will beat you to death. Dong, dong, dong. A barbarian bear appeared behind the red-haired young man. Its fierce aura covered the surrounding area. With every step it took, its aura became stronger. It was trying to scare this Xian immortal brat to death. That brat is doomed. The barbarian bear is a mutant. It is born with infinite strength. The crowd didn't dare to watch anymore. Die. She took 3 steps forward, and her vicious aura was so thick that it even froze the void. Her fair and tender hand clawed at the air, transforming into a gigantic palm that shone with a cold light. She was going to crush him to death. Lin Fei was still calm. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He grabbed casually. The crowd shook their heads. What kind of attack was this? Could it block the barbarian bear's claw? Is that all you have? The mutant of the archaic mountain's violent claw would make even a golden immortal's scalp go numb. They would kneel and admit their mistakes. The Xian immortal brat was caught? They were dumbfounded. They were collectively dumbfounded. The barbarian bear's claw fell into the opponent's hand. His face revealed a look of horror. No matter how he used his divine power, he couldn't escape. A mutant was a mutant. His other hand punched out. The fist light arrived, and his eyes revealed a sinister smile. This was the rhythm of beating the opponent and greatly injuring his vitality. You can't. Lin Fei shook his head. He moved his hand and pulled forward. The barbarian bear fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. The attack missed. Bang! Lin Fei's speed was fast. He stepped on the barbarian bear's head, causing dust to fly. The barbarian bear that had just raised its head was suddenly pressed down by a mountain. Impossible! I am a mutant of the archaic mountain. I have infinite strength. How can he suppress me? Boom! Boom! Every time his aura exploded, the person on top of him would step down with a shout. A dignified mutant was continuously stepped on by a human. Its back was a bloody mess, and its aura was weaker than before. It was incomparably shocked. Hand over the invitation. Lin Fei stood on the mutant's body and directly suppressed it. He beat it up again. When had the barbarian bear ever suffered? It just had to encounter a Xian immortal and was beaten up on the spot. He beat it up in front of everyone. It wished there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. An invitation letter. Yet he kept on getting beaten up? He would rather choose the former. Isn't that right? An exquisite invitation appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Bang! Lin Fei stepped down again. The barbarian bear thought that it could breathe a sigh of relief and take revenge. Immediately, the sky darkened and it fainted. What a terrifying person. He knocked out the mutant of the archaic mountain. Another genius. Lin Fei walked down and didn't even look at it. Is it okay now? The two Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals looked at each other. They had never seen a Xian immortal snatch an invitation from a mutant. The invitation letter was anonymous, so they really couldn't say anything. Young man, if I were you, I would rather choose to leave. After beating up the mutant of the archaic mountain, they will definitely take revenge. Lin Fei said lightly. Since I dared to make a move, I'm not afraid of the mutant of the archaic mountain. I just want to know, can I go in now? Seeing that he didn't listen to their advice, the two Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals shook their heads. You can go in. Chapter 826. Bastard. As soon as Lin Fei stepped in, a furious voice rose into the sky. The primordial mountain mutant bear rushed out, its bloodthirsty eyes flashing with cold light. Everyone looked into his eyes and shuddered subconsciously. I'm going to kill you. The primordial mountain mutant had regained its freedom and was about to transform into its true form. There were two Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals at the door. The primordial mountain mutant had a complicated expression as it turned around and gave up on forcing its way in. Young master, this way please. After entering the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, a white-clothed fairy immediately greeted Lin Fei and led the way. Lin Fei looked around. Tonight, other than the people who received the invitation, there was no one else here. Lin Fei did not care about the threat of the primordial mountain, mutant mountain at all. A first essence layer was nothing in front of it. This is your private room. The white-clothed fairy brought Lin Fei to a luxuriously decorated private room. One of the walls of the private room was transparent, allowing one to see the outside. Outside was a cylindrical existence, and one could see the private rooms. However, the glass seemed to be transparent, so one could not see the private rooms clearly. Young master, the auction will begin in an hour. The white-clothed fairy smiled. If you have any services, feel free to let me know. Call the person in charge here. I'm going to auction something. Lin Fei leaned back. It was soft, and he did not know what it was made of. Lying on it was very comfortable. Young master, wait a moment. The white-clothed fairy turned around and left. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of hot tea. The tea's fragrance filled the air, and when he took a sip, he felt a different kind of feeling. This Chaos Chamber of Commerce really has a background. Not long after, the private room door opened again, and a middle-aged man came in. Young master, I heard that you have something to auction. The middle-aged man smiled when he came in. He was surprised to see a Xian immortal, but his face did not show any contempt. The invitation did not ask who it was. Those who could appear in the private room were naturally not ordinary. It was not worth looking down on a person. If he had a powerful background, they would be the unlucky ones. I'm going to auction some pills. See how much they're worth. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a bottle appeared and flew towards the middle-aged man. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged man caught the bottle and opened it. It was colorless and odorless. However, he fell to the ground with a plop, unable to get up. A look of shock appeared on his face. What a powerful poison. This is called Drunken Breeze, and it can bewitch experts below the Zenith Heaven Golden celestial level. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a pungent smell appeared. The middle-aged man regained his strength and was shocked. How much is it worth? Drunk Breeze was something that Lin Fei had specially prepared. As one of the people in charge, the middle-aged man had seen all kinds of good things. However, he had never seen this kind of drunken qing foam before. Its effect was so overbearing. It was colorless and odorless, and his divine sense could not capture it. Its effect was not ordinary. After some thought, the middle-aged man said, "I can sell it for 100 origin immortal stones." "Only 100 origin immortal stones?" Lin Fei frowned. The middle-aged man was shocked. "My little ancestor, 100 origin immortal stones is already a huge number. It's not something that ordinary immortal stones can compare to." "Then what about the drunken qing foam that can make a zenith heaven golden celestial pause for a breath?" Lin Fei suddenly asked. "Yes, this is an enhanced version." "What? There's an enhanced version?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Drunken qing foam could bewitch a golden celestial expert. Its effect was not bad, but it was not the best. In the heavenly realm, zenith heaven golden celestials were the true supreme experts. To be able to make a zenith heaven golden celestial lose a breath of time was absolutely heaven-defying. The middle-aged man could already imagine that once this drunken qing foam appeared on the auction stage, it would cause quite a stir. What's the point of asking so much? In any case, it can make a zenith heaven golden celestial lose a breath of time. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. "You only need to tell me how much this drunken qing foam can fetch." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and didn't dare to continue asking. "It should be able to fetch 300 to 400 origin immortal stones." "All right, take this and auction them all." Lin Fei took out a bottle of drunken qing foam and an enhanced version. "Right, I don't want anyone to know that this thing came from my hands. If you do this well, you will be heavily rewarded." He released some of the Emperor's might. The middle-aged man was just a golden celestial. The moment he released the Emperor's might, he broke out in a cold sweat and almost couldn't move. "Don't worry, young master. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. I won't dare to leak anything." The middle-aged man trembled. This young man was a member of the royal family. Only a member of the royal family could have such divine might. "All right, you can go out now." The middle-aged man didn't know how he came out. After he came out, he gasped for breath and thought, "Too terrifying, such a terrifying aura, the aura of the ancient royal family. I must do this well." After recovering a little, I left in a hurry. Using the Emperor's might to scare people is quite effective. Lin Fei crossed his legs. He had done it on purpose just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing if the other party had any ideas. The enhanced version can fetch 300 to 400 origin immortal stones, while the origin heavy water map can probably fetch a few hundred to 1,000 origin immortal stones at most. Lin Fei thought to himself, if the price is too high, I'll just have to take advantage of the situation. Something like drunken qing foam was worth a lot in Lin Fei's system store. Lin Fei wouldn't casually buy it, as it would cost too many points. Paying too much for a single origin heavy water map was far better than taking advantage of the situation, especially since he had recently begun to study and comprehend divinity radiance. An hour later, palanquins of heaven filled the boxes as everyone waited for tonight's auction to begin. I am today's auctioneer, Zhou Buchuan. Welcome to tonight's auction, beauties and geniuses. A high platform appeared in the cylindrical space outside. Everyone could see a cultured and refined middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a scholar and erudite. In this auction, there are countless fine treasures. It will definitely be a great eye-opener for everyone. Zhou Buchuan was very eloquent. His words were like lotus flowers, and he quickly livened up the atmosphere. All right, enough nonsense. The auction officially begins. Now, please bring out the first treasure. Someone immediately came up, carrying a tray. The tray was covered in a brilliant array. Tonight's first treasure is the ancient I left behind by an ancient immortal. The crowd saw a closed eye on the tray. It was about the size of a fist, and a weak aura flowed through it. Chapter 827. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce's auction had a deep foundation and was extraordinary. The first item, the ancient eye, stunned all the geniuses present. As expected of a chamber of commerce created by the 108 academies, the first item was already so grand. It was hard not to be shocked. An ancient item was bound to be of extraordinary quality. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce is so generous. The ancient eye. It's rumored that immortals were extremely powerful in ancient times. They cultivated every part of their body to be so powerful that even after they died, they could still kill powerful existences and shake the universe. A destructive attack? Isn't that equivalent to a life-saving attack? 50 Origin Immortal Stones. This is too worth it. I'll take it. After a wave of astonishment, someone immediately placed a bid. The price soared until it finally stopped at 2,900 Origin Immortal Stones. It was bought by a wealthy young duke. This wasn't expensive, but the effects of the ancient I had weakened over time. Otherwise, it would have cost more than 10,000 Origin Immortal Stones. The moment the auction was over, someone immediately sent the ancient eye over. After the first item was sold, it stirred up the atmosphere. Zhou Buqian then moved on to the second item. It was also an ancient treasure, but it was incomplete. Amazing, truly amazing. A part of an ancient immortal's body can be auctioned for 2,900 Origin Immortal Stones. In the private room, Lin Fei was extremely shocked. Lin Fei had taken a look at the primordial eye when it was being auctioned. It contained a massive amount of power, and just as it had been said, it could unleash a powerful attack. Unfortunately, it was only a one-time use. Each of the following items could be called a fine product, and people would occasionally fight over them. All of them were wealthy and didn't care about the Origin Immortal Stone. All right, the next item is an exotic knockout drug called Intoxicating Breeze. It can knock out even golden immortals. Lin Fei's spirits were lifted. The auction for Intoxicating Breeze was his only way to make money. It can knock out golden immortals? Did the alchemy school refine it? Golden immortals can be killed with a wave of a hand. This kind of thing is dispensable. Many people shook their heads, not too interested. The first bottle of Intoxicating Breeze was an ordinary one, and it only sold for 50 Origin Immortal Stones. Damn you. Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. Just 50 Origin Immortal Stones was too little. I don't believe that you won't like the enhanced model, Lin Fei thought to himself. After the first bottle of Drunken Clear Wind was auctioned, the second bottle of Enhanced Drunken Clear Wind was brought up. Now, the auction item is still Drunk Breeze. Zhou Buqian said with a smile. Everyone pay attention. This is not the previous Drunk Qing Feng. This is a heaven-defying knockout drug that can make a Deluo Golden Immortal stagnate for a breath. When the second bottle of Drunk Clear Wind was brought out for auction, they indeed frowned. Even if it wasn't enough, they believed that the Chaos Commerce Chamber of Commerce wouldn't use ordinary items to trick people. Stop for one breath. Is it real or fake? If the effect is really that good, it's definitely a good thing for sneak attacks. Those who were not interested before now looked at Zui Qingfeng. Zui Qingfeng's movement could make a Zenith Heaven Golden Celestial lose a breath of time, which was equivalent to giving them an extra breath of time to kill him. In a battle between experts, many things could be done in a breath of time, such as killing someone or defeating a powerful enemy. Our Chaos Commerce Chamber of Commerce's words carry enormous weight, so don't worry. All right. The Enhanced Drunk Qing Feng is a must-have item for self-defense. The starting price is 500 Luo Immortal Stones. The 9 Nether Pocket Realm was about to open, and everyone was preparing for it. Drunk Qing Feng was a good item. This marquee bids 1,000 Luo Immortal Stones. A loud voice came from one of the boxes. When everyone heard this, they knew that the Western Marquis had opened his mouth, bidding 1,000 Luo Immortal Stones in one go. Western Marquis, this old man wants this item, 1,000 Luo Immortal Stones. A fierce person shouted from another box, not putting the Western Marquis in his eyes at all. Stop fighting. This young master wants Drunk Qing Feng, 2,000 Luo Immortal Stones. The proud sons of heaven began to compete, none willing to give in to the other. Fight, you have the money anyway. Lin Fei smiled from a box, wishing that they could keep raising the price so that he could get a large number of Deluo immortal stones. 400 Deluo immortal stones. This young master wants it. In another private room, another bid was called out. Everyone fell silent. Young Master Xiaoyao, you're amazing. We don't want it anymore. I don't want it either. The Eastern region's young master Xiaoyao bid 400 Deluo immortal stones for the enhanced drunk Qing foam. 400 Deluo immortal stones in hand. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, feeling a little more confident. After all, his goal was the map of the first origin heavy water. He wasn't interested in anything else. Lin Fei didn't know how many people would fight over the first origin heavy water. If he was lucky, no one would fight over it, so he could get it. If he was unlucky, 4,000 Deluo immortal stones might not be enough. Young master, your Deluo immortal stones are here. After a while, the middle-aged man returned with a bag. There are a total of 400 Deluo immortal stones in there. As for the other 50, it's our cut. Fuck, 50 is a cut? Black heart, truly black heart. Lin Fei was a little dissatisfied. How much could he get from this auction? It was definitely not a small number. You did well. Here's your reward. Lin Fei gave the middle-aged man 5 Deluo immortal stones with a wave of his hand. The middle-aged man beamed with delight. Many thanks for young master's reward. If young master has any orders, please don't hesitate to ask. This lowly one will definitely complete them for you. There's no need for now. The middle-aged man turned and left, feeling like he could die from happiness. 5 Deluo immortal stones. Deluo immortal stones. What dense immortal energy. It seems to be purified from primal chaos energy. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen an Deluo immortal stone. It was rumored that immortal stones of this quality contained immense energy. Once absorbed, the effects would multiply. It was a true hard currency. After the drunk Qing Feng auction, many more items appeared. There were sabers, spears, swords, immortal bones, and all sorts of other things, all of them of good quality. Lin Fei had been watching this entire time, not making a move. He just waited. Now for the auction is the Origin Heavy Water Map from the 9 Nether Pocket Realm. Zhou Buchuan took out a map that exuded an ancient aura. Everyone knows that the 9 Nether Pocket Realm is fraught with danger, but at the same time, many great opportunities await you. Everyone knows the effects of the Origin Heavy Water, so this map will end here. The starting price for the Origin Heavy Water Map is 500 Deluo Immortal Stones. The Origin Heavy Water had caused quite a stir. After all, the effects of the Origin Heavy Water were inestimable. This prince bids 4,000 Deluo Immortal Stones. This prince will kill anyone who dares to speak. Just as the crowd was about to speak, someone from one of the boxes suddenly spoke up. The first bid of 4,000 Deluo Immortal Stones frightened the crowd. Many divine senses looked over, and at this moment, the aura of an ancient imperial clan surged out. Just who is that person in the box? Why does he have the aura of the ancient imperial clan? Someone from the imperial clan? The aura is heavy and the might of an imperial clan. Where did this ancient imperial clan come from? So it's the imperial clan, and from the looks of it, it's the ancient imperial clan. As expected, they're rich and imposing. The appearance of the imperial clan immediately struck fear into the hearts of the crowd. After all, the ancient imperial clan's former glory was obvious to all. Even though this was no longer the era of the ancient imperial clan, the ancient imperial clan still had deep resources and was a true hegemon that had been passed down through the ages. For a moment, everyone was apprehensive. No one was willing to offend an expert of the ancient imperial clan. The members of the ancient imperial clan had always been domineering, and the imperial aura, just now, was especially domineering. One could easily imagine the attitude of the person inside. 4,000 Deluo Immortal Stones going once. 4,000 Deluo Immortal Stones going twice. 4,000 Deluo Immortal Stones going thrice. The Origin Heavy Water Map is sold. Zhou Buchuan announced the result. The crowd finally came to their senses. They had apparently been fooled and had been scared silly by the ancient imperial clan. Good, we finally got the item. In Lin Fei's box, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He had learned this method from the books he had read, and for the sake of safety, he had used the imperial aura. In truth, Lin Fei had been very nervous. 4,000 Aluo immortal stones was his entire fortune. If someone were to make a move, he would truly be dumbfounded. Fortunately, Lin Fei had succeeded. 4,000 Aluo immortal stones had scared them silly, and then the imperial aura had caused all sorts of doubts to arise in order to buy them enough time. All of a sudden, I've become a pauper. Lin Fei bitterly smiled. He was already satisfied with the origin heavy water map. While Lin Fei was happy, a roar came from another box. I'm going to kill him. My map. A ruthless aura permeated the box, causing all the servants to kneel on the ground and shiver in fear. Only one quick-witted person roared, "Hurry and find out who that person is. How dare he steal something that young master has taken a fancy to?" Yes, we'll go immediately. Several servants, including the steward, hastily rushed out. Damn, my map. I don't care if you're a member of the ancient imperial clan or someone else. Anyone who provokes me will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 828. In the private room. Young master, your map. With the map of the first origin heavy water in hand, Lin Fei was completely at ease. His biggest problem had been solved. After painfully paying 4,000 origin immortal stones, the map of the first origin heavy water was finally in Lin Fei's hands. It was a warm map that he had snatched from the mouths of the crowd. After dismissing the staff, Lin Fei impatiently opened the map. It was an unknown beast hide. It was soft and extraordinary, and it exuded a vaguely familiar aura of a vicious beast. Chaos monster. Lin Fei finally remembered. Wasn't the beast hide in his hand a chaos monster? The aura was exactly the same. He carefully opened it, and the array on the beast hide quietly dissipated. This proved that it was the original item, and no one had opened it before. On the inside of the beast skin, thick lines could be seen clearly. The Land of Chaos. After looking at it for a while, Lin Fei frowned. The last place marked on the map was the Land of Chaos. It was surrounded by mountains, and just from a name, one could tell that it was not a good place. A red dot was drawn in the center of the Land of Chaos. It was obvious that this red, that was the location of the first origin heavy water. No matter where it is, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go. Lin Fei put away the first origin heavy water map. He could finally put down his greatest worry. The auction was still going on outside. Lin Fei had spent all his wealth, so he naturally had no interest in the treasures below. At most, he would admire and entertain the eyes to pass the time. The treasures were of all shapes and sizes, and they broadened Lin Fei's horizons greatly. Now, we are auctioning a stone found in some ruins. This stone is hard and contains the aura of primal chaos. It should be a special material that we've determined can be melted into an immortal weapon to increase its power. However, this stone cannot be broken by an origin golden immortal, so be prepared. The starting price is 10 origin immortal stones. A stone? Since Lin Fei was bored, he released his divine senses to take a look so that he could broaden his horizons. It was a black stone about the size of a fist. It contained the aura of primal chaos and was hard and indestructible. Why does it look so familiar? In the private room, Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He scanned the fist-sized rock again. F***, I'm too lucky. Lin Fei observed it again and came to a conclusion that was hard to accept. The black stone being auctioned on the stage was a chaos divine stone. There was no way he was mistaken. Lin Fei could almost pat his chest and guarantee it. Chaos God stone? How is that possible? Lin Fei was indeed shocked. This inconspicuous stone was actually a chaos divine stone. Logically speaking, they should be able to recognize it, right? Why is it being auctioned? Lin Fei examined it from top to bottom and finally confirmed that it was a chaos divine stone. Could it be that the Chaos Divine Stone is an ancient artifact, and as time passed, no one recognized it? The possibility is very high. Otherwise, the upper echelons of the 4 academies would definitely recognize it. Lin Fei was exultant. If I hadn't seen a Chaos Divine Stone before, I really would have missed out on a great opportunity today. No one had touched this stone. Even the almighty heavenly golden immortals couldn't open it, let alone them. While no one was looking, Lin Fei had spent almost 30 origin immortal stones to get his hands on the black stone. As for whether anyone would suspect anything, he didn't know. Haha, it really is a Chaos Divine Stone. After paying the origin immortal stones for the black stone, Lin Fei was ecstatic. Good, wonderful. My primal Chaos Divine hand is still missing a part, so I've never been able to refine it. Now that I've refined this fist-sized Chaos Divine Stone, my primal Chaos Divine hand will be complete. Without another word, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and began to rub the heaven and earth furnace, furiously refining the Chaos Divine Stone so that he wouldn't be noticed by others. This one remembers. A one-eyed giant in a private room stared venomously at a certain room, his cold eyes gleaming with cold light. I finally know why that black stone gave me such a familiar feeling. The one-eyed giant was vexed. An ancient Chaos Divine Stone, and the size of fist at that. Truly inconceivable. An ancient Chaos Divine Stone refined and claiming to be an Emperor-grade immortal artifact. Damn, the ancient Imperial family bought it. The one-eyed giant's eyes were filled with resentment. This won't do. An ancient Chaos Divine Stone must be obtained. Once this one refines it, it will become the Eye of Death. With one eye, all things will die. At the same time, in another private room, did the ancient Imperial family discover that the black stone is a Chaos Divine Stone? The ethereal voice was like that of a goddess from above the 9 heavens, captivating and irresistible. Big sister, you can't be mistaken, right? A Chaos Divine Stone. That's an ancient Chaos Divine Stone that was born in the primal chaos. It's priceless. It shouldn't be wrong. The black-clothed woman said regretfully, I've seen an ancient Chaos Divine Stone in an ancient book. It's a pity that I didn't expect it and lost a chance for no reason. Once the auction is over, we'll go meet the ancient Imperial family and snatch it from their hands. The red-clothed woman said nonchalantly, the ancient Imperial family is struggling at death's door. I don't think they would dare to refuse. The auction continued. Treasures of various colors were displayed, one after another, dazzling the eyes of those who saw them. The various great, enchanting disciples were going all out, and their wealth was extremely high. For a time, the competition was extremely intense. This was especially true for the final treasures. They incited a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, and the price rose steadily. Everyone who saw this gasped. The geniuses of the Eastern Domain and Southern Domain were truly rich. They didn't hold back at all, and the Origin Immortal Stone was enough to crush someone to death. Lin Fei was completely unaware of the frenzied competition for treasures. At this time, he was completely focused on refining the Chaos Divine Stone. The color of his palm was constantly changing, exuding primal chaos energy and a rare, dangerous aura. 1 hour later, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and a look of joy flashed across his eyes. I did it. I finally did it. Today was different from the past. In the past, refining the primal chaos divine stones was extremely slow. But now it was extremely fast. Lin Fei stretched out his right hand. His appearance was the same as usual, but he knew that his palm had changed greatly. Whoosh! With a wave of his right hand, a layer of primal chaos appeared on the surface. The chaos runes flashed in the air and fused together. This is an Emperor grade? Lin Fei gently clawed at it. Bang, bang, bang. Space was directly crushed and continuously collapsed. Chapter 829. P.S. Double monthly votes also came out to ask for it. 1 or 2. Tashauka is full of motivation. The auction is over. At this moment, a large group of people gathered in the Primal Chaos Commerce. The Primal Chaos Commerce held an auction, and many precious treasures were gathered. Although the people outside did not have the qualifications to enter, it did not prevent them from learning about the auction from others. The 4 great academies, 108 academies, specially held an auction, who did not want to know what good things would be auctioned. When the first enchanting genius walked out, everyone knew that the auction was over. Look, the immemorial mountain genius 5-colored god Luan has come out. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on a young man dressed in fiery red clothes. This person was not old, and there were runes between his eyebrows, showing that he was different. With every step he took, the terrifying aura of a ferocious beast spread out in all directions. The 5-color god Luan was a purebred from the immemorial mountain. A purebred genius from the immemorial mountain, with an extremely noble bloodline, was extremely powerful from birth, reaching the golden immortal realm. This was the power of a purebred. As for the birth of a mutant, at most a Xian immortal or a heaven immortal, a purebred would reach the heavens in a single step from birth. The difference between a purebred and a mutant was huge. The geniuses that others could only reach after painstakingly cultivating could reach such a high position from the moment they were born. The 5-color god Luan was a purebred, a golden immortal expert. In addition, the race was powerful, and no one could stop its sharpness, especially the background behind it. It was destined to be brilliant in the future. Boss! As soon as the 5-color god Luan came out, a huge figure welcomed it. When everyone saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. The geniuses of the immemorial mountain were indeed united. That guy was going to be in big trouble. Barbarian Xiong, you trash, who injured you? The 5-color god Luan saw through everything and saw that Barbarian Xiong was injured. The previously arrogant Barbarian Xiong did not dare to breathe loudly. He lowered his head. Boss, it's a human. He stole my invitation letter. I'm not his match. Trash. The 5-colored god Luan attacked, slapping Barbarian Xiong to the ground. No one could see clearly how it attacked. Its strength was too strong, sending Barbarian Xiong, a mutant from the immemorial mountain, flying with a single palm. Why didn't you two stop him? The 5-colored godly Luan's gaze turned and landed on the 2 guards. Divine flames enveloped the 2 guards out of thin air. Thousands of runes smashed down with a thunderous strike. The 2 guards were immediately caught in the attack. They coughed up blood and begged for mercy. The geniuses of the primordial mountain were too overbearing. Without a single word of disagreement, he directly attacked. The 2 great golden immortals did not even have the chance to resist and were directly blasted away. It was a tragic sight. If this were to kill people, it would be unimaginable. Brother Kong extinguished the fire. At the door, another young man walked out, waving the folding fan in his hand, talking cheerfully and wittily. Scram, if you anger me, I'll teach you a lesson. The 5-color divine Luan was a top-notch purebred, so it naturally wouldn't take ordinary people seriously. Ha ha, Brother Xing, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? Those fellows from the immemorial mountain are not so easy to deal with. A young man slowly walked out from behind Sir Folding Fan. It seemed that there was something wrong with the immemorial mountain. The 5-color divine Luan waved its hand and flew into the sky. A giant fire sparrow spread its wings and flew high into the sky, becoming its mount. It just hovered in the sky like this. Brother Gao, I heard that you've killed a mutant from the immemorial mountain. Don't get me involved. That's Sir Folding Fan said with a smile. I don't want to incur enmity with an expert from the immemorial mountain. He turned around and left. Coward, you're not worthy of being a genius disciple. The person who was called Brother Gao coldly snorted. Purebred from the immemorial mountain. Scram, you're blocking the way. Another giant came out from inside. It was like a small mountain with a vertical eye. Evil, bloodthirsty, sinister, all kinds of emotions gathered together, like a demon from hell. Evil giant. That Brother Gao's face sank, revealing a rare expression of fear. He quickly left, not daring to make a move, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. The descendant of the ancient giant, the evil giant. Don't look at his eyes. His eyes can confuse people, turning them into walking corpses. Many people hurriedly left, not daring to get close to this giant, so as to avoid being attacked by the evil light. He, the evil giant, laughed. A group of ants. I really want to slap one to death. The evil giant's huge body walked out, surrounded by vengeful spirits, wailing unceasingly. It was a ghastly sight just how many people had this evil giant killed. This kind of person could not be offended. Brother Kong, who made you angry? The evil giant stood outside, unexpectedly not leaving. A human beat up a mutant from the immemorial mountain and even snatched the invitation letter. I want to see which side this genius is. The five-colored god, Luan coldly said. Even from far away, people could feel the killing intent from it. Humans should indeed be taught a lesson. The evil giant sinisterly said, it's best to capture their vengeful spirits and let them suffer day and night until their souls scatter, so that they know that the title of genius is not so easy to sit on. Five-colored god Luan, evil giant, you are quite bold, daring to attack us humans. Two young women appeared in the sky at some unknown time, one in black and one in red. The one who spoke was the woman in red, mocking the two. So it's the two peerless geniuses of the eastern region. The five-colored god Luan said indifferently, but a hint of fear clearly flashed in her eyes. Their immemorial mountain was incomparably powerful, but there were still many places in the heaven realm that the immemorial mountain feared. At least you are knowledgeable, the woman in red said indifferently. The two peerless geniuses of the eastern region, people of the divine palace. The evil giant looked at the two with a different gaze, also with fear. Evil giant, could it be that you also want to experience the power of the divine palace? The divine palace was a top sect in the eastern region, with as many experts as there were clouds. It was said that there was a celestial king overseeing it, a half-step great emperor existence, an ancient existence. The evil giant smiled evilly. The name of the divine palace shakes the heaven realm. I want to taste the fragrance of a little girl. I wonder if you are willing. Bold madman, the red lady is not someone you can profane. A cold voice rang out in the air. After that, a black spear pierced out. The spear whistled through the air, bearing its fangs and claws, causing the space around it to explode. This was none other than the Spear King of this generation. Spear King Liu Yong is here. This spear is so powerful, it contains the will of destruction, worthy of being the Spear King of Phoenix Academy. The evil giant didn't care. With a wave of his hand, a mass of vengeful spirits formed a wall of chi, blocking the spear. Spear King is only SOSO. Spear King Liu Yong's spear contained the will of destruction. With one spear, thousands of resentful souls were destroyed, but unfortunately, after being destroyed, they were resurrected, endless, unkillable, undetectable. Liu Yong, when is it your turn to meddle in this Mrs. Matter? The red lady coldly snorted, revealing an unhappy expression. Liu Yong's spear did not succeed. He retracted his spear, his expression ugly. Evil giant, wait until the 9 secluded secret realm opens. I will let you see what a real spear art is, and kill you in the secret realm. In such a short time, the geniuses were already exchanging pointers. The spectators were terrified. Their strength was too tyrannical. The auction was over, but such a thing happened. It was unimaginable, beyond their imagination. More importantly, they seemed to be waiting for someone. The five-color divine Luan was waiting for a human who injured their immemorial mountain. Evil giant? Where are the people from Eastern Region Divine Palace? Interesting. I didn't expect everyone to be here. It seems like you're all here for the first Yuan heavy water map, right? A young marquis, with a dignified appearance, wearing a battle armor, walked out in large strides and said what everyone was guessing in their hearts. Heaven-suppressing marquis, you guessed wrong. The first Yuan heavy water is useless to me. The evil giant chuckled. However, looking at your appearance, the first Yuan heavy water map is very important. I am already interested in snatching it. First Yuan heavy water map? Everyone was enlightened. So it was for this thing. The first Yuan heavy water was a good thing. Not only could it be used to refine immortal artifacts, but it could also wash away the murderous aura on the body, reducing the effect of the inner demon invasion. Heaven's suppressing marquee. Could it be that you won't get a foot in the first Yuan heavy water map? Another peerless genius walked out. Are you preparing to make an enemy out of this young master? Heaven's suppressing marquee's eyes were spirited. So, it's brotherly. I don't like what you are saying. The first Yuan heavy water has fallen into the hands of the ancient imperial family. It will depend on everyone's ability to get it. If you don't have the ability, then scram. Heaven's suppressing marquee. You sure talk big. We are interested in the first Yuan heavy water map. 7 or 8 geniuses stood out from the crowd, all of them staring at the first Yuan heavy water map. Sister Yu, the ancient imperial family, is in trouble. The red-robed girl transmitted her divine sense. I didn't expect them to all be here for the first Yuan heavy water, but the evil giant and 5-color divine Wan's goal is unclear. Sister, don't worry. The ancient imperial family was glorious back in the day and left behind a certain amount of power. Let's just watch the show and let them test the power of the ancient imperial family. Sister Yu is right. The red-robed girl nodded. Heaven-suppressing marquee's words attracted the attention of many people. He laughed in his heart. The ancient imperial family was glorious back in the day, and even though they declined later on, they still inherited the ancient methods. When that person comes out, I will let them experience the power of the ancient imperial family, and I will be the fisherman. Haha.